Government is planning to sabotage the next general election, especially in its strongholds, by using chiefs and other government officials. In an interview with Citizen TV, Kibicho said that it's protocol to hold security meetings with the aim of heightening security during the election period.
Our national government administration officers, from the assistant chief all the way to regional commissioner, are the chairs of the security committees in their jurisdiction, all of them. We are having an election whose temperatures are high. Everyone knows that. What irresponsible PS and CS would we be that we don't care to even check what is happening on the ground in an election like this one? I think we need to be given a break and be allowed to do our work, because we do not meet them in the forests. We meet them in open places for security briefings, and at the end of each of these meetings that we have had, we will always brief media.
Ruto also claimed that the government is threatening chiefs and county commissioners to support Azimio's presidential candidate Raila Odinga, failure to which they'll lose their jobs.
They are not meeting the chiefs to discuss security of the country. They are not meeting the chiefs to discuss matters that are in the line of duty of our chiefs. The chiefs are complaining. The assistant chiefs are complaining that they are being forced to manipulate the election, to undermine the election, to sabotage the election through bribery, through intimidation.
Kibicho also dismissed claims made by Ruto alleging that the government was behind the distribution of insightful leaflets in Eldoret to Uasin Gishu County, and that the state is actively trying to create chaos at the ballot in a bid to scuffle his presidential bid.
Leaflets were distributed, pamphlets warning communities. The same old stuff that has taken Kenya through a lot of pain.
One should wonder, why should these leaflets just come out immediately after the deputy president gave some irresponsible utterances around cohesiveness of people in the Rift Valley? That should concern us. And I think they cannot escape from this one. And I am assuring you, the people who are in our custody are helping us with the investigation. So we cannot be reckless about security of this country.
4 people, among them Lungalunga MP Khatib Mwashateni's driver, have died in a road accident along Kwale County's Lungalunga area. Police reports say that one of the tires of the vehicle, which the 4 were travelling in at the time, burst before the vehicle rolled several times. The 4 were reportedly campaigning for Mwashateni's re-election when the incident occurred. Kwale County Police Commissioner Gideon Oyagi says that police have commenced investigations into the incident to establish the exact cause behind the alleged tire burst. The Nakuru court is expected to rule on whether the suspect of the Confirm Dixon Masharia crime group, known as DECO, will be released on bail or not. Today's decision follows a request submitted by his lawyer David Mongeri, asking that his client be released so that he can participate in the voting activity on Tuesday. At the same time, the police officers want to detain him for another 30 days in order to complete investigations. The police insist that releasing him may interfere with investigations. DECO is alleged to have collaborated with 6 other suspects who are in custody to plan the murder of 6 women in Mwaganga area, Nakuru, between December 2nd last year and June 24th this year. DCI detectives have rescued a high school student from undergoing an FGM procedure in Narok County. According to investigative agency, the Form 2 student learned of a plan by her parents to force her to undergo the procedure. The DCI say that the girl is now in a safe house and her parents have since been arrested. Former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko has promised a bag of goodies to Kenyan sprinter Ferdinand Omanyala following his record-breaking victory at the 2022 Commonwealth Games. Taking to social media hours after Omanyala clinched gold in the 100-meter final, Sonko said if allowed by the government, he'll send a convoy of 15 limousines to receive the athlete at the airport upon his arrival back into the country. The controversial politician went on to add that Omanyala would be allowed to keep one of the limousines for his personal use. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Martin, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Martin, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amadise aende. Asante sana.
That's it. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Friday morning, it's the end of the week and traffic has started to build up. We're looking at Mombasa Road a little bit here and there as you're headed towards North Airport Road and then spilling over towards Outer Ring. Uhuru Highway also has some action here. Land is looking pretty busy. The bus station aspect is not taken out of consideration because quite a lot of folks still traveling this weekend. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, that hasn't really started. We'll keep an eye open and see what is going on there. Let's talk then through the morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, keep things moving this Friday.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning.
The only
I'm
way
singing
to
my
start
good mornings
your
to
day.
you. How are you doing this morning? It's Friday, the real Friday of the week. Eric Latif might want to tell you something totally different, but I'm telling you, it's the real first Friday of the week, and we're coming round to 3 days to the general election. Am I by myself? Sure does feel like it sometimes. How are you doing this morning? Great to have you with us today. There are two gentlemen, and I know that they're still in the what is the general area of this area, coming in somewhere there. Good morning. I don't know how long they want me to continue talking. They're actually sitting here looking at me. Eric, good morning. You don't want to talk, Abby? Okay, you guys, they've left me. They've abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. There's a vacancy. So talk.
Aya, nimekalia kiti. Nimekalia kiti. Hujambo. I was listening to a song, you know, our sister station Vibes, the first song of the hour. Vuta glasi, weka barafu, memina kinywaji weka kwenye sakafu. Leo ni leo, msema kesho Friday, my friend. Friday. Ndio hii. Okay. Elections kitu gani? How you doing?
Mimi? Mimi niko fine, thank you.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Wewe? Yesterday I went to the diaspora. There are places in this Nairobi that are far. Is it even in Nairobi? Is it even in Kenya? Huh? I can't even remember. These places that I talk about here every day. I went to Tawala. Omo
Utawala.
It is far from where I was. I saw savannah, open savannah and plain. I was waiting to see wildlife.
You went to Utawala? So?
I don't even know who sent me. I went inside. I don't even know where I was. At some point, I didn't know. Are we going towards the Thika Superhighway? Are we going towards Mombasa Road? What is going on? I was confused.
You ended up in Makoen.
I was confused. When I finally saw where I recognized, I said, hey, thank God.
Okay, so how did you go? Utawala is just here. JKIA.
That's what they said.
JKIA.
The person even told me
it's called Utawala.
They also did their mouth like that.
Apathy. KQ, military barracks, that's why it's called Utawala, because there's what?
That's where it begins.
AP training.
The AP training college, that junction.
Apathy.
That is where it begins.
Alafu kana hapi.
Where? Hey, tell me to take you there today. I cannot. I don't know where. There are places, I'm telling you. Kuna mtu hapa anataka kusalimia.
Sitimuga?
Yes, Eric Latif.
Hujambo.
Jambo.
Huyu dada alikuwa Utawala jana. Sasa hajui kama alikuwa Utawala ama alikuwa Njiro.
Diaspora. You see those people that
were you in Njiro?
Contributing to Kenya's whatever, they are there.
Let me ask you this question. I like
the remittances.
The remittances, they're there.
Anybody spending money in Utawala is contributing to diaspora remittances.
Yes. That's their fact.
No. If you want to give this thing a nefarious twist, then you might as well include the coast. Pwani si Kenya. So they're also diaspora. You know something? The entire concept of distance is relative.
You just think about what she's saying. Utawala.
Was me when she mentioned
I even forgot what I was doing.
So on which side of the east or the bypass were you?
Don't confuse me.
Left or right?
What do you mean?
So eastern bypass from Embakasi, enter eastern bypass.
Then
you're approaching Utawala, right? So left or right? Do you branch off to the left?
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Then you start going.
Then you touch Machakos County.
I don't even know. What's the county after?
Embakasi is a famous place. You know, we take JKIA for granted. For the longest time, Embakasi Airport was our main airport. Before we built JKIA. There was a band in the 70s and a bit of the 80s called Mangalepa.
Mangalepa?
Yes. First of all, did you hear that? Embakasi Airport was the main airport before JKIA was built.
Like which one?
So which one is Embakasi?
Which is Embakasi Airport? Or this one used to be called Embakasi Airport?
No, Embakasi, there's still an airport, but it's used by the military. There is still an Embakasi Airport.
Okay.
Iko hapo next.
Yes,
down.
There is an airport.
In the military, on the military side.
Yes, it's now a military airport. It still exists, but it was the main airport in this country. So Mangalepa sang a song.
Mangalepa, I like that.
Yes. The song was about a girl called Mora.
Mora.
Yes.
Mora are these people from Kisi?
Yes.
Edna.
Featuring
Embakasi itaenda Mora. Orchestra Le Mangalepa.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. So now that we know we are in... Where is my phone?
It's in the left pocket.
Okay, thank you. Ndu, start by telling us about COVID.
Okay.
And then I'll tell everybody what we're going to be discussing today.
No, Hala. Okay. 34 new cases in the country from a sample size of 1,283. That gives Kenya a positivity rate of 2.7%. That's what we're looking at as of yesterday in the last 24 hours. The Ministry of Health is reminding us that it is absolutely necessary to get vaccinated. They're also saying that they still have adequate vaccines in the country. Go out and get it done. If you haven't, absolutely important that you do. Let's look then at global numbers. What's happening with the numbers on a worldwide scale? 586,674,372 is where we are at. Fauci, on the other side of the pond, remember Fauci? He's saying, get those vaccines and boosters now, or you're going to get into trouble. He's saying anyone who has not had their COVID vaccine, that's talking to, his fellow Americans, anyone who has not had their COVID vaccination could be in for a difficult time as their colder seasons are approaching and the virus continues to spread. He's America's top doctor, and he says that there are enough people who don't fall into high-risk categories that if they don't get vaccinated, if they don't get boosted, they're going to get into trouble. 80% of the U.S. population has been given at least one dose of a COVID vaccine, but only 2/3 of Americans have received their second shot, and less than half had had their booster dose. He said that he understood everybody was exhausted. We understand that you're tired about this thing. However, statistics are showing that vaccines prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. So he's reminding them, you're coming out of summer in about a month or so. You're getting into the cold season. If you've not done it, do it. Otherwise, things could be bad.
Okay. So, can I do my thing?
Please do.
7 a.m. today, we are going to have a conversation about Kenya's election promises, gaps, and expectations. We will be joined by Dr. John Kitui. He's a country director, Oxfam Kenya. He's coming at 7 a.m. for that conversation. At 8 o'clock, we still want to talk about elections. And this is why should Kenyans elect more women in the general election that's coming up on Tuesday. Senior Program Officer at FIDA Kenya, Sophie Kaibiria, will be with us at 8 o'clock for that conversation. 9, we still want to talk about what? The general election. Inside Azimio's election day game plan. And he is the vice chairman of the Azimio Executive Committee. The Honorable David Murathe will be with us in the studio at 9 o'clock. Okay? Moja mbili tatu, done, like that. Done, like that. There's this rugby player who also likes food.
The roaming chef.
What's his name?
Ombachi.
Yes, he produces content on social media. And every time he does something, done. Cut
Done.
onions, done. Coriander, done. Okay,
Cauliflower,
done. 18 minutes after 6, we are live streaming the show on social media, SpiceFM KE on YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. You know what we want you to do. Tell us where you're locked in from this morning. After we take a look at the weather forecast, we will be doing a roll call and acknowledging everybody who's joining us. Good morning.
Spice and everything nice. All right. Okay.
Spice up your life.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14. We'll see highs of 20. 24 will be the high, and mostly cloudy in Nakuru. It's 13 degrees. It's also 13 in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 17 where it continues to rain this morning. Mostly cloudy at 13 in Eldoret. Highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's raining in Mombasa this morning at 21. It'll go to highs of 28, and 27 will be the high in a mostly clear Malindi at 23. 17 degrees and mostly cloudy in Kisumu. We'll see at 14. It's what it is in Kakamega, and it'll go to highs of 27 today. Out in Kampala, the rain is coming down this Friday, 19 degrees, highs of 27. 29 will be the high in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 21. It's 9 degrees and clear in Johannesburg. It'll go to highs of 20, and at 24, it's mostly cloudy in Lagos. We'll see highs of 29. 31 will be the high in a clear Kinshasa at 22. Into Friday afternoon, it's 34 in Beijing. We'll see highs of 37. And it's 17 and rainy in Paris this morning, seeing highs of 26 and lows of 13. 23 will be the high in London, where it's cloudy at 16 and 14 degrees. Around 27 degrees and cloudy Thursday night in New York, coming into highs of 33 and lows of 25.
Spice FM, Malindi.
20 minutes after 6. Good morning. Welcome to the Situation Room if you're just joining us. People who are online.
Mbarara City in Uganda. That's where Yahya Yusuf Walusansa is listening from and says, good morning. And Abu Dhabi is where Sebit is tuned in from this morning, and he's saying he's praying for a peaceful election. Indeed, good morning to you. Onyango Collins says, good morning. Limuga says he's good morning as well, tuning from Mritini in Mombasa. Amimo Vin says 9th August is too soon. Electoral pros will come to an end. Kenya will get free from all this nonsense, he says. Sky Karish says it's Friday, tuned in. And Edu in Mwiki says he's tuned in as well. Okinyal says, good morning. What's lined up this morning? Well, you heard it. Newton is also tuned in. And Brian Kaiguara is tuned in this morning. Peter Waimenti, good morning. And Beiwa Machas says, good morning as well. We see you all today. Vincent Ogutu is tuned in from Busia County. And we see everybody else who's knocking in this morning. Karibuni Sana.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, CT.
It's our final proverb from Congo Brazzaville.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, do you remember, not too long ago, you asked a very fundamental question during a debate which turned out to be an interview. Okay?
When is enough enough?
Precisely.
How much is enough?
Yeah, precisely. It's a fundamental question that will live with us for some time to come. Now, the proverb today is in honor of that particular statement. No matter how full the river is, it still wants to grow.
No matter how full a river is,
it still wants to
grow.
That's why it floods. That's why it breaks its banks. Yes. So in answer to your question, when is enough enough? It never is.
How much is enough?
Yes, it never is.
Enough is enough.
Yes.
Okay. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Let's take a look at the newspaper headlines. If you subscribe to that website I've told you, you get access to all the premium content on the Standard platform, www.standardmedia.co.ke. So there's a story that they are featuring today, which is also featured on page 2 and 3 of the Standard this morning. We'll talk about it shortly. If you get any nice story, any nice videos, content, photography, texts, whatever, audio, you can save it in your pocket and walk around with it. So, how is your podcast doing?
It's really good. I mean, I'm getting to the part.
So tell us about this podcast, by the way.
Okay, so what it is it's a mystery. It's a murder mystery. So it gives different stories.
Yeah.
But they're real life stories. And so it's being narrated by, one woman.
By real life murderers. Right.
Actually, she was one of the investigators on the murder. So we're getting to the point where they're starting to piece it together. It's really, really interesting.
So basically just following a series on audio.
Yes, that's what it is.
Nice.
That's what it is. It's really interesting.
Someone was asking a question another time, and maybe one day we'll ask this question. Why is it that ladies really like this crime and investigation docu-series? Someone was killed here.
It's like wives who kill, things like that.
Those things. The Crime and Investigations channel, actually, its main audience is female.
Is it?
Yes.
That's interesting.
It's female. Many of them. CI, investigations, discovery, all those things that have someone has been killed. Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Let me tell you what is in the headlines, and then I'm sure we're going to look at this page 2-3 story, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just look at the headlines quickly. Standard headline, inside the last 48 hours, tomorrow marks the last day of campaigns, with candidates in a frenzy making their last speeches. And for leading presidential contenders, Ruto and Raila, it's a decisive moment. They cannot afford to stumble. The president is also out there saying goodbye by launching various projects. He started with the Nairobi Expressway. He went into Kiambu County. He went to Kisumu. He has gone where else? Kisii.
Yeah.
Yesterday he was in Makueni. He has gone to the coast. Yesterday he was in Makueni opening a project in Wote. Then he went to the coast. Tomorrow he is going to visit the Sagana State Lodge. The Raila today is at Tononoka, Mombasa. Ruto today is in Kamukunji, Nairobi. Tomorrow, expected to hold a final rally at Nyayo Stadium. Ruto, Raila at Kasarani. Wait. What's the headline in the Nation?
Also, the headline in the Nation: register behind the fight, manual or digital. Raila wins big as court orders IEBC to use a printed list of voters alongside the electronic kits on election day. Inside, the arguments for and against the two systems and what the decision means for Chebukati poll rivals and voters. Court says, no, give it to them.
Use both.
Yes.
I had said that already earlier. Just that some people are trying to muddy the waters. What's the Star headline, CT?
The Star headlines is not dissimilar to the headline in the Nation or even the Standard. Their headline is Raila and Uhuru attack Ruto over rigging again. At least claim. The again is mine.
Oh, it's rigging claim.
Yes. The again, I just thought.
It would sound nice.
Has he rigged before?
Yeah.
Have they claimed again?
Again,
Have they attacked him again?
Before?
Yeah, but there's a claim. I thought again would have worked better.
Okay. Sawa. Let's look at this big one.
It's a big one. 100 years in jail for a monster who preyed on boys in a children's home. We saw this come out of the court yesterday. A Nairobi court yesterday sentenced a children's home director to 100 years in jail for abusing and defiling boys under his care for several years. Nobody knew how the case of the state versus Stephen Mutisia Nzuki would turn out. But as hearings continued and witnesses took the stand, it was clear that the case would bring to light the very worst in humans. For 6 years, the case painted a perfect picture of betrayal. It was a textbook case of abuse of power in what the prosecution described as inhumane to a hushed courtroom on cold July day in Nairobi. The case also put a spotlight on how a weak investigative system that seldom believes the victim set free a man with an insidious past who used his freedom to prey on the very children he was supposed to protect. Over various dates, Mutisia defiled boys and got away with it until, by chance, one of them spoke and revealed a systematic plan of abuse, possibly targeting dozens of boys in the children's home. Court proceedings show the method behind his madness. In some cases, he would pick up random, desperate boys from the street with the promise of food, shelter, and education before proceeding to methodically groom them and abuse them. Sometimes he would pick up boys from a school that he ran together with the children's home, call them into his office or his bedroom and abuse them, then threaten to ruin their lives if they told anyone. On other occasions, he would call a student from his school and demand that he become his wife. One victim told the court that abuse from Mutisia in the children's home started when he was 10 years old and continued for 6 years to 2016 when the case started. For all these years, he remained silent, shackled by self-doubt, broken by betrayal and hurt by the incessant abuse. The Standard can today bring you the story that begins with an official affidavit signed by Corporal Boru Tuke in August 2016 and ends with a guilty verdict issued on July 26th by Senior Principal Magistrate Zainab Abdul. The accused was in the management team of Scream Africa, a children's home and Vigito school within Mihango area in Kayole in Nairobi. The accused committed the offences against children while under his care. The 29-year-old is accused as a repeat offender facing charges in 2 separate cases under the Sexual Offences Act at Kayole Police Station, at Makadara Chief Magistrate Court, and at the Milimani Magistrates Court. So if you're wondering, SCREAM is an acronym for Save the Children, Reconciliation, Education and Assistance Ministry. Corporal Tuke, in his affidavit, said that the accused and the victims lived close to each other and there was a likelihood of witness interference and intimidation. The victims are still vulnerable due to the gruesome nature of the offence and the circumstances under which the offence was committed. He added that Nzuki was at the time suspended of approaching the victims and had displayed threatening behaviour in attempts to encourage them to recant their statements. So look at the situation whereby these victims, and there were several who came out, they had already given their testimony. But this gentleman had gone further to even still be threatening to them and say, you know what, you must go back and recant. So just imagine the kind of psychological hold that he had on these children.
They're vulnerable. He's picking them off the streets and promising them shelter and food and a future.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my goodness.
He became a supposedly trusted ally of these boys over time. Each one of them described in great detail how they were lured and eventually entrapped into his sickening world, unable to disentangle themselves. The accounts of what they reported and even what they said in court were embarrassing events, which only a courageous teenager would come forth to talk about. So imagine children for whom this started at the age of 10 until they were 13, 14, 15, 16. The stories are actually quite terrible. This is one that you should pick up the Standard and read about. Some of them really difficult to talk about here.
By the way, that story is in all the papers.
It's in all the papers, yes.
With the exception of the Business Daily. And
So-
you know what the children's home was? Utawala.
Yeah, it was.
Just thought I'd mention
Interestingly enough. So the prosecutor called 12 witnesses. Mutisia gave sworn evidence and called 6 witnesses. The issue for determination before the court was whether Mutisia defiled PW1, PW4 and PW5. Of course, you know why they've been given those initials. And committed an indecent act with FMM. The court also found that the age of the victims was sufficiently proved by the dental records. The court took note of the handwritten notes the boys made on the 22nd of May in 2016, giving an account of the abuse. The court also noted that they were made on a date much closer to the time the incidents happened. Thus, their memories were much better then. The court also took the medical records produced and noted that the testimony of the doctor that injuries in the private areas healed quite fast, even within a couple of hours. Thus, it recognized the fact that the boys were examined years after the abuse, and therefore any injuries would have healed. They also took note of the previous medical records that showed loose splinter in the anal area that would have been indicative of abuse. They were also aware that the sexual offences were committed under high secrecy, and that Mutisia said the abuse did not happen was not enough, and stated that it did not find any reason for the boys to frame him. The court concluded that the prosecution had proved its case and therefore found Mutisia guilty of 3 counts of defilement and 1 count of an indecent act. Mutisia was given 90 years for the 3 counts of defilement and 10 years for the indecent act.
So 30 years for each.
Yes.
In his defense, he claimed that this is a conspiracy involving the boys, a white woman, and a plot to steal the children's home and the school from him. He brought in 6 witnesses, and during cross-examination, he confirmed to them that he ran this Scream Africa as well as Vigito School. He also confirmed that he indeed had rented a 6-bedroom house that had his master bedroom and was also for the children under his care. He says his tribulation started after a romantic relationship with a lady only identified as Bridget. He said at the end of the relationship, Bridget wanted to fix him and take over Scream Africa after having started her own home with boys who were initially at his home. His argument was corroborated by his witnesses. Some 2 white ladies, Bridget and Mariema, came and stayed at the school for about 1 week. Bridget was not happy with the punishment that was given by the director to a student. I overheard that there was a plan by Bridget to have the director arrested so that she could take over the home. There was no mention of Bridget's second name or how exactly she planned to take over the school. Court ilisikiza akasema it's okay, na sawa, sawa, you Bridget, it's okay. One side. These 3 children, another side. It's a very, very sad story, but it's good that it's ended this way.
I think so.
It's also something that you ask yourself, so since 2016, 6 years, this trial has taken place. Was that fast enough? Was that slow? What? How would we rate this?
I don't know. There's so many factors that are playing out here that many would have said that it took some time. But then we're seeing that this mill has been grinding. It's been slow, but it has ground. But then many are also looking at and saying the trauma that these boys will have to live for the rest of their lives is still something that ought to be taken into consideration. These 3 cases, mind you, for which he's been found guilty, are not the only cases. They're not the only boys that he's alleged to have abused. These are the ones that have come out, plus the one of an indecent act. So those are the 4 issues that are those are the 4 individuals. But there are many others whom these boys also talk about during the case. So those others that have not been brought to the limelight, in this case, also going through the same kind of suffering.
Also, what happens to this center? So the principle behind the center has gone behind bars. Is there a plan to take over the management of the center to ensure the well-being of the boys who were beneficiaries of these
still a need.
services? Because they still have that need. And the particular boys who underwent this trauma, what kind of support have they received? I'm sure there are things that have taken place. It would be nice to know.
What actually comes to mind is the question of how children's homes are run in this country, and what is the oversight role of the government, and who is it that is charged with that mandate to ensure that whatever is the laid down policy or procedure on how children's homes are run, that particular mandate is actually fulfilled. We've had issues even with children's homes that have a very strong government affiliation. We've had issues with people who have headed these very institutions.
Yes.
We are talking about defilement of minors. What about the trafficking of minors? If we do have a children's department, we actually have a youth ministry. Perhaps a little more clarity on the details of how such institutions should be run and should be overseen or to be provided so that one knows and understands. Just like schools are visited and schools are supervised, there needs to be a setup. And if it exists, we need to be told how it is they ply their trade and how it is they go about that business. Because these children that we're speaking of are Kenyan children.
Yes.
And the fact that they are orphaned means they need more help, they need more attention than other children who have families to depend on.
The vulnerability factor is through the roof.
So they need to have a lot more support than ordinarily other children would have.
Yeah.
Yes. An eagle's eye is necessary in this particular case.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I mean, I know that there are many issues, but with the children's department, unfortunately, not meeting the mark. Unfortunately, in terms of what they ought to be able to do, in terms of the officers that are stationed around the country, in terms of looking into this very, because we do know that many of these homes were opened as a conduit for funding, primarily.
Yes.
So that they could use the children to be able to get money. And then in terms of the care that then was being accorded to them, it's a totally different story. But guys, the psychological torture that these boys are going to have to go through for the rest of their lives is something that needs to be paid attention to, because that's a question, Eric. What happens to this home? What happens to them?
And the boys.
What happens to them?
You see, the question that also must be asked is, this department, how well funded is it?
It isn't.
That's the main part.
That's the truth. It is
so of
not
course it
well
falls
funded.
under the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. Well,
Protection.
Social Protection was now moved from Labour. It has gone to the giant Ministry of Gender and
other
the others under Professor Margaret Kobia. But then there is the State Department for Social Protection, where the Children's Services also falls in. How much focus is put in this?
The budget for this particular department, the funding, will tell you the attention that this department is given. And if that is what we see, then what we are talking about here is a tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I am absolutely certain that similar things happen in other homes.
It's not worse.
Yes. It's just that we haven't
seen them.
Yeah,
we haven't heard about them. Let's take this break, 22 to 7. Take a look at the traffic, and then we look at other newspaper headlines. Good morning. Reminding you, elections, Bilanoma is the mantra as we go into the election. 3 days to go. How are we counting them to 3?
Are we counting today?
Working days.
Are we counting today? It's Friday. It's just 6:37.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
4 days. Abi?
Sunday is not counted as a day.
It's a what?
Sunday.
Sunday is not a day. Yo.
Why is it that when a public holiday falls on a Sunday, you're given Monday?
Because you're already off.
Precisely, it's not a day.
Tunapozidi kuboresha sekta ya kilimo, tunakumbatia mbinu bora za kiteknolojia. Kwa wakulima wote, Standard Group PLC kupitia Farm Kenya itaandaa siku ya maonyesho ya kilimo ikiwashirikisha washikadau wa sekta mbalimbali. Maonyesho hayo yatazingatia kumudu ukulima na ufugaji ili kuboresha maisha nchini Kenya. Jiunge nasi katika uwanja wa Dumberi Stadium, kaunti ya Kiambu, kutoka tarehe 1 hadi 2 mwezi Septemba kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi. Kushiriki, wasiliana na Caroline kupitia 0723803601 au barua pepe cnyandieka@standardmedia.co.ke. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na Standard Group PLC na FAM Kenya.
Digger Classifieds is an all-in-one platform to find jobs, buy and sell motor vehicles or properties, to pay tributes to the special people in your life. www.digger.co.ke, the one address in Kenya that everyone loves to visit. Digger Classifieds.
London Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's
Sugar and spice.
Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to SpiceFM.
Okay, so folks are waking up now. Jogo Road, not too crazy, but we're seeing traffic building up there. We'll see some action on Langata Road as you get out towards the interchange, and it's already thumping just around Kamkunji. Landis Road is going to be busy for the next couple of days. We know that folks are traveling. Bus station is a buzz beehive of activity, so there's a lot of traffic there. Heading out, it's already started this morning. The Thika Superhighway does not look too bad for Friday morning. We'll keep an eye on things. It's free and clear. You should be able to get where you're going without too much of a headache, except at that junction coming off Outer Ring Road, Allsops going out towards Tusker Village, coming in this way towards Survey. That is pretty busy, and we're looking at bumper to bumper already. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad. It's all right on James Gishuru. As you then get towards Wayaki, where you should be okay. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens. In about half hour or so, we will be in traffic hour in about an hour. But for now, you should be able to get where you're going without too much of a headache. Let's talk, guys. What's happening where you are? SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Okay.
94.4 Spice FM.
What else is in
Nairobi.
the papers? City, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at an article that has been written by a gentleman by the name of Jaindi Alan Kisero. And he's talking about the glaring gaps in the flour subsidy.
Is that? Okay, go on.
Go ahead, no, just ask the question.
That thing.
Is it there?
Is it there? Is that thing there?
28 days is a measure.
That is Janza, my friend.
Okay. The fundamental argument that he's putting across is this. There are many flaws, but the real gaping one is how it is the government plans to subsidize. It says, instead of subsidizing the finished product, would it not have made more sense if they subsidized the maize? So that by the time the miller is buying the maize is subsidized. So the product is going to be cheaper because the subsidy has already been provided for. This other model, he argues, what the government is doing in essence is asking the millers to bear the cost and then wait to be paid.
Yes.
That one. And they talk about millers who are still owed money that they were promised would be paid and had not been paid. 28 days will lapse.
But you see, Jaindi is looking at it from a different angle. So yes, that conversation that he's raising is still valid, but at a different time. Today, the issue is there is a shortage of maize. One, so farmers, yes, for future, farmers should be supported so they can then grow their maize cheaply, so that the maize can be accessible in the market at a cheaper price, which will then bring down the cost of the flour. Fine. But today.
No. He's saying at the point where you buy the maize, whether it is from the farmers or not, that's where the subsidy should come in.
So you subsidize
the maize itself before the miller actually gets it. By the time the miller gets the maize, it's subsidized. And my mind...
But that already exists.
Where?
There's an import window that has been opened, and it comes with a tax waiver.
Yes, but...
That's a subsidy.
Yes, it is.
It's making that maize cheaper.
Yes, but
and accessible.
Is the maize here?
See, that's the thing. The maize is coming from elsewhere. That's why the import window is open, so then you can import it
at a cheaper price.
The point is,
that basically says that we cannot go and start paying the farmer in Zambia. Kenyan government cannot pay the farmer in Zambia.
No, but they can remove the taxation.
That's what has happened.
That's what. Yes. But then that maize is not here. Huh? This is not Jayanti's argument. This is my argument. The maize is not here. The maize which is here has a certain value to it. Okay. Now that value is where the contention is. Maize coming in, not a problem. When it comes, very good. But for now, this maize has a certain cost, and the cost of production is also a certain cost. And so the cost of the maize flour is what we know it to be. So how do you reduce it? Because everything else is in the future. Now, this one here, as you correctly put it.
Okay. How much maize is in the country?
It's enough. It's not enough. That's why we're importing maize.
It isn't. It isn't.
And it hasn't been enough for quite some time.
That subsidy, though, is it on or is it not?
You know,
because you talk to very many people, they will tell you that they have not gone to the shops and found 100 bob unga.
It is not there.
Either they are not finding unga, or when they find unga, it is 200 and something bob.
257 shillings.
There you go. So where is this subsidized maize flour? Where is it?
It has not made its way to the shelves because the conversation continues to happen. Now, you know, there are two parallel conversations happening, right? There's the conversation between government via the Ministry of Agriculture and the millers. There is also the between same government and the retailers. Because retailers still have stock that they bought for which they're selling at this 257. Right? The question is, are you then going to compensate us for the loss of 157 shillings that we are going to make on the stock that is available? That hit a dead end and nobody has answered them thus. The millers at the same time are saying, all right, we can produce. However, the one that you were supposed to pay us in 2017, you have not paid. How are we sure that this is going to happen? So the conversation is still up in the air. I don't know what it's going to take to land this plane, but they said that for 28 days they're going to make this possible. 2.5 weeks have lapsed. 3 weeks have lapsed since this conversation started, and still there's no unga on the shelves for 100 shillings.
You know, if I take
that's the state of things right now.
If I take you back to 2010, the government had attempted something similar, and they wanted to subsidize maize for the urban poor. Lo and behold, true to the Kenyan format for doing business, a scandal arose of monumental proportions. Now, the net result was that maize was being sold to people who could afford it at a very high price. And the people who were supposed to actually receive that subsidy didn't get what they were supposed to get. Yes. Remember, when you talk about maize scandal, the first scandal that we ever had in this country, immediately after independence, and which was associated with the late Paul Ngei, was a maize scandal. Okay. So when it comes to issues of maize, I don't think one should tire or that it is possible to ask enough questions. Questions must be asked and the debate must be had.
A country staple. You guys, are you tired of me saying it? A country's staple should not be so much that the person who earns the least in the country, you see, the person who earns the least, however you want to say it, that person should not struggle to get the country's staple.
You know, if you're talking of cartels, remember, the millers have a little club of their own, and they're not many.
No.
And it's a very lucrative business. Okay? What you will find is some of these millers are also members of the NCPB. Okay? You know, if you go into the details and depth of this, it's a very tiring, sickening story.
Yes, it is.
Because the government sets up something, and then before you know it, it's been bastardized, and the worst possible scenario, the person who is supposed to benefit from it does not benefit, but some people have gotten richer.
Yes. Even now, in this 3 weeks that we're talking about of the passing back and forth of this conversation, if you ask me, you know how you say everything is a negotiation, CT. There are people who are trying to say, okay, in this thing, as it's coming in, this 140 million that we needed, how are we going to multiply it? How are we going to make sure that some of it comes to us? This small Millers Boys Club that you're talking about.
Bandu, have people stopped buying unga because this debate is going on? The answer is no.
That's the point.
They're looking for unga.
They're looking
have people
for
stopped
it.
buying? They're shopping for unga.
Yes.
But they're not finding it.
Yes.
They're looking for food.
Imagine.
People are looking for food. The staple. People are looking for it.
Now, do you actually genuinely think that it isn't actually there?
The unga. There are very many things here.
Precisely.
Number one, could there be hoarding by wholesalers?
Yes.
You have stock. Do you want to release it?
Because
and
you
then
know the
it's mixed up
28-day
with the
period
100
will
thing?
come to an end.
Or do you want to? Yeah, because it has an end date.
It has an end date. So you
Or
know you go
let's
back to
say
selling this thing.
It's actually coming off the millers at 100, then it gets somewhere and sits. So this 100 bob maize flour will still get to the market at 256.
Because 28-day period will end.
So the question that one asks, is it possible for the millers to sell directly to the citizen and bypass all these other people in between? You see, it isn't a simple story.
It isn't really. And even if you do get it in some places, they're telling you that you can only take 8 kgs at a go, right?
Anyway. There's a story from Nakuru which is a bit shocking. A woman is fighting for her life at the Nakuru War Memorial Hospital after their neighbor's teenage son stabbed her 18 times. 48-year-old Jane Kibe was attacked alongside Paris Wanjiru, 35, who also sustained 9 stab wounds during the 2 p.m. incident in an attack reported in Teachers Estate, Gilgil. At her hospital bed, Kibe, who lives with her sister Wanjiru, said the minor stormed the house and headed to their bedroom. I was shocked when the boy stormed into the bedroom, fuming with anger. He has been visiting us and I knew him as our neighbor's son. She explained that the 17-year-old boy, who is a friend to Wanjiru's son, whipped out a kitchen knife and announced that he had come to kill her. He accused me of not supporting his father, who is a parliamentary candidate. Wanjiru said that she was in the bathroom when she heard a commotion in one of the bedrooms, prompting her to come out and to her sister's rescue. But she was also stabbed.
The boy
17-year-old boy, a neighbor, very well known, comes to this home because he's a friend to a son of this home. But this time he comes and he says, you're not supporting my father, who is an MP candidate, and proceeds to stab this 48-year-old woman 18 times. Her sister, who's in the bathroom, comes out wondering, hey, what's all this commotion? Finds this boy stabbing the woman and also receives her own stabs. 9 stabs.
What happened?
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah. Was there an altercation between them previously? Was there?
It's not reported.
Just because she doesn't support your father's bid, then you come and stab them.
I'm coming to kill you.
Yeah.
This
something
story
else
needs to unfold.
It has
there's something else.
many things that have not been said.
Yep. This story needs to unfold.
There's something else.
You're not supporting my father, so I stab you.
So I stab you.
No.
And then you just walk in with a knife.
And say, I'm coming to kill you.
No, he actually didn't walk in with the knife. Found the knife there.
Came, picked the knife.
Stabbing you with your own knife. Nah.
18 times. 8-ish.
Crime of passion.
I wonder what. You will find out there's more.
There must be something else.
There is more.
There must be something else. It can't just be that. It can't. Anyway, what other story are you looking at?
So, the CBK is telling us that banks and staff on the spot for clients' money fraud, rising fraud in banking and mobile money service risks eroding customer confidence. The Central Bank of Kenya has cautioned, turning the spotlight on banks and their staff, CT's favorite people. In a banking sector stability report released yesterday, the CBK said money lost through cybercrime and phone fraud remained high in 2021. Rapid adoption of mobile money has been categorized as disruptive in the financial sector, or rather financial services provision. It has, however, come with new risks and raised customer protection issues, consumer protection issues with implications on financial stability risks. The report said customers who reported to have lost money through cybercrime accounted for 6.1% for mobile bank users, 25.9% for mobile money users, and 6.8% for bank account users. Money lost through fraud was reported at 7.7%, and 53% of mobile bankers who attributed the loss to internal fraud related and phone related respectively. So the CBK is saying that money lost in your account is due to insider fraud, bank staff. On the mobile side of things, which was 7.5%, it was through cybercrime. But now the spotlight is now being shown on banks and their staff.
Internal systems.
Internal systems. There's a problem
Have
here.
they put a figure, apart from the percentages? Like, how much are we talking about?
In terms of money shillings?
Yes.
No, they haven't. It's
Cash,
all
fuddy,
percentage.
fuddy.
No. It's all percentages here. And I think they were a bit cautious about telling you how much really has been lost. Yeah.
Because that's a huge percentage. 6% of mobile bankers, right? That's, you want to know how much are we talking about?
Exactly, 6%.
So what is the CBK saying?
So
are they calling the banks and telling them, okay, we want to audit your systems? What are they saying?
They're just basically
the
saying,
regulator.
be very careful, because
Who?
CBK
Me?
is telling the banks to be careful, because in terms of in terms of consumer confidence, it's going to tank.
It has issues.
It has
What
issues.
is the CBK as the regulator doing?
In terms of what they're doing,
It's
they're just
just
basically
calling the
reporting and
banks
telling
and
you that
telling
this
you
is
guys-
the percentage. Hey,
Yes.
you guys, this is what it looks like.
Chunga, by the way.
It's the data that's showing. They're just
Okay.
telling you what the data says.
Well, there's a requirement that you must have systems that then protect people's deposits and all, blah, 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 blah. That's one of the regulations. So, and the banks obviously have reported that we have put in place systems to protect depositors' money, blah, 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 blah. So the issue here is check your system.
Basically.
You know, at the end of the
Or
day...
fire your internal staff who are
Well,
fraudulent.
actually, that's the point, really, because call it system if you like.
It's people.
Yes. Behind
The
every-
system should be able to identify who is this internal person and get rid of them.
The system actually ought to, because the thing about systems is there's this thing that even I have come across called logging in. Okay.
When you log in, it has your digital footprint.
Yes, exactly. So, and even if the pointer, the porter to which you are interacting with this system, it will know who it is and who you are. And even if the system has a glitch, it is not difficult to determine at what point the glitch occurred. The human element in all these things is what one ought to look at, because it is human beings. These things, the equipment, the systems, so they're programmed. Do they program themselves?
No, they're programmed by people. 25.9% is the proportion of mobile users who reportedly lost money through cybercrime.
More than a quarter.
Yep. 34.5%, the number of bank account holders attribute loss of cash to internal fraud. 34% of bank account holders have lost money to internal fraud. Some big numbers, man. Still not telling us how much in terms of shillings, but, might be a pretty penny.
Yeah, it's quite something. Quite something. Coming to the end of the hour, and Mike Movie Sonko, the man who could have become a candidate for Mombasa County Governor, has listed several things that he'd like to gift Kenya's fastest sprinter, Ferdinand Omanyala, for winning gold at the Commonwealth. Taking to Twitter, Sonko congratulated Omanyala for his win and said he'd prepare a grand gesture for the sprinter once he got back into the country, offering 15 limousines to pick him up at the airport. In addition, Sonko said he'd gift Omanyala one of the limousines and throw him a 10-day party to show his appreciation for making Kenya proud. Pongezi, Sonko wrote on Twitter.
15 limousines. He'll enter and ride for 10 kilometers.
A convoy of 15 limousines just bringing him, and then he'll be in one of those limousines. Na
then he
kimaliza
can
hii
go that
sherehe
way.
kwenda nayo. Kimaliza enda na hiyo gari.
One Mike Movie Sonko is a master And this opulent display of this guy has
doesn't
this
get
thing.
better than that.
No,
really.
this guy he understands to a T.
Completely.
He gets it.
Yes.
Imagine if he actually does that.
Yes.
It'll be a Sonko show on
You know,
Omanyala's return.
Government officials saying, should we give him OGW, WFY? Sonko just comes, no.
Chukua gari.
Kwenda.
See, they're saying, do we give him OGW?
Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenya Kwanza is today expected to campaign in Nairobi County as part of the last strides of their campaigns ahead of tomorrow's last rally, which will be held at Nyayo Stadium. Yesterday, UDA presidential candidate William Ruto continued his campaigns in Mombasa County, where he criticized President Uhuru Kenyatta's claims that he's a liar and that he's been undecided on the issue of Mombasa Port.
I am a decent human being. I don't lie like you know who. As when I spoke in Nakuru and when I speak in Mombasa, I speak the same language. In Nakuru, we undertook. When we built the SGR, it was not so that we can take the port operations from Mombasa to Nairobi.
Speaking in Makueni and Mombasa counties, where he launched various regional projects, President Uhuru Kenyatta had said that Ruto's claims that the handshake had contributed to the stalling of the government are untrue.
Wengine wamesema ya kwamba shughuli na kazi za serikali ziliisha 2017 na hakuna kitu ambayo imeendelea ati kwa sababu ya handshake. Si ni hivyo? Hii barabara ilijengwa kuanza mwaka wa 2020, si ndio? Sasa mimi labda sijui kuhesabu, labda 2020 ilikuwa mbele ya 2014. Nikisema ya kwamba huyo ni muongo, ni ukweli ama sio ukweli? Ni kumwekelea ama ni ukweli? Si kazi imefanyika?
2 days before the end of the election campaigns, and Azimio La Umoja will today be in Mombasa at Tononoka Stadium, 1 day after their competitors, Kenya Kwanza, urged the coast residents not to support their bid. While campaigning in Kisumu yesterday, Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua dismissed allegations that there is a conspiracy to interfere with the election process to achieve his victory. They were responding to Ruto, who previously claimed that the government was using chiefs and some county commissioners to achieve the plot.
Don't come with shadow boxing and shadow shows. Uhuru want to rig the elections using provincial administration, or there's intention to intimidate members of the IEBC and so on. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. We do not need the chiefs, assistant chiefs or administration to win these elections. We will win this election through the vote of the people of Kenya.
Wale wasije wakafikiria ya kwamba tunapata sababu sisi ni marafiki wa Uhuru. Tunapata kwa sababu wa Kenya wanatuelewa, sababu tumefanya campaign.
This event comes as Interior PS Karanja Kibicho has dismissed claims made by Deputy President William Ruto, alleging that the government is planning to sabotage the next general election, especially in its strongholds, by using chiefs and other government officials. Speaking in an interview with one of the media houses, Kibicho said that it's protocol to hold security meetings with the aim of heightening security during the election period.
Our national government administration officers, from the assistant chief all the way to regional commissioner, are the chairs of the security committees in their jurisdiction, all of them. We are having an election whose temperatures are high. Everyone knows that. What irresponsible PS and CS would we be that we don't care to even check what is happening on the ground in an election like this one? I think we need to be given a break and be allowed to do our work, because we do not meet them in the forests. We meet them in open places for security briefings, and at the end of each of these meetings that we have had, we will always brief media.
Kibicho also dismissed claims that by Ruto, alleging that the government was behind the distribution of insightful leaflets in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, and that the state is actively trying to create chaos at the ballot in a bid to scuffle his presidential bid.
One should wonder, why should these leaflets just come out immediately after the deputy president gave some irresponsible utterances around cohesiveness of people in the Rift Valley? That should concern us. And I think they cannot escape from this one. And I am assuring you, the people who are in our custody are helping us with the investigation. So we cannot be reckless about security of this country.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
All right, a little bit of an interesting something happening there on North Airport Road. It's spilling over to Outer Ring and then going well into onto the Eastern Bypass. Not quite sure what's causing that, but it looks really busy. It's actually bumper to bumper. On Jogo Road, busy as well. Lungalunga in and outbound traffic is heavy. Landis Road, I told you guys, it's going to be really busy over the next couple of days. There's a lot of travel in and out, and bus station is a customer for that. Also coming then into Haile Selassie right after the Kamkunji roundabout, still continues to be pretty busy. Thika Superhighway doesn't look too bad. We're seeing some traffic that's building up, quite some, as you get towards the Pangani underpass, but it's all right on Kiambu Road. Limuru Road is looking manageable, at least for now. And coming out of Westlands, not too much of a headache, but we're not in traffic hour yet. We'll wait and see what happens when we get there. Let's talk before then. SpiceFM KE on Twitter and try to keep things moving this Friday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room on SpiceFM and online, YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. We have a guest in the studio. Today we said we are talking about the forthcoming general election and looking at the various angles. But remember, we are preaching peace, 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 peace. Election bila noma, penda jirani. Look at the person that you're going to be looking at today. And remember, on Wednesday, you'll have voted, both of you, maybe. And then you'll now be sitting there looking at each other and waiting for your favorite candidates to be declared as winners. And then in about 14 days, hiyo tawesha. Tawesha. Tuendelee kutafuta unga. Pamoja. We have a guest. Before we welcome and introduce him, let's hear the day's proverb. City?
This is our final proverb from Congo, Brazzaville. No matter how full the river, it still wants to grow.
No matter how full the river,
yes,
it still wants to grow.
Precisely. That's why we have flooding. That's the river growing. Yes. So it extends the boundaries, and before you know it, it's in your homestead. That and the river has expanded, it has grown. The beauty, though, it shrinks. Then there's
sometimes that expansion of the river leaves behind some good tidings. You know, that's where people are able to go and plant crops in the floodplains, and they grow food, and they will harvest some more food later. And, you know, he deposits some soil deposits and leaves some fertile soils.
It leaves a lot, not just some, a lot.
So it's not a bad thing to expand.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. The only thing that also then happens is if it really flows in that flooding manner, the lake that or lakes that rivers normally feed into also begin to expand.
Indeed.
Yes. Now the problem with that one, it displaces people. Waterborne diseases then come into play. A lot of human suffering comes into play. Yes, not to remove, again, from what you've said.
It's a mix.
It's a mixed grill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because even as it's depositing all those soil deposits, it has displaced people. Flooding means displacement of crop that is there, people's homesteads, animals.
But you know, the most interesting bit about it is how it is that people never actually learn from this, even if the flooding is perennial, even if you know. It is the one thing that often points to and sheds very, very bright light on the inadequate preparations that governments have when it comes to these things.
Nataka tufanya nini? Kwani sisi ndio mvua? Okay, Dr. John Kituhi is the country director, Oxfam Kenya. He's here with us. We want to talk about Kenya's election, the promises, the gaps, the expectations that we have as we head into the election. Dr. Kituhi, good morning.
Good morning, Latif.
Welcome back to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you for inviting me again.
It's good to have you. The last time you were here, we were talking about the budget. Budget has been read. Where is the money going? Where is the money going to come from? Was the previous money gotten? Was it used prudently? Now we are going to an election.
Yes.
We are debating amongst ourselves how the counting is done. So the Standard says there are 3 days to the general election, and we're wondering 3 days. 3 days means what?
72 hours. Or how far? How are you looking at it?
Yeah, where are you coming from? Are we counting from?
Are we counting today?
Today, tomorrow, Sunday?
This city's thing.
Or is
Sunday
tomorrow, Sunday, Monday?
No, I
or
mean,
is it
the
today,
Saturday and Sunday is not being counted.
Why don't we go from the
Sunday?
very beginning? You know, we're having this debate because we're saying there are 3 days or 4 days.
Yeah.
Why didn't we ask when there were 28 days remaining? Why are we asking now?
My counting has always been off. I've been told. Edna told me I've done less than. But I'm always counting the day of and the day before.
Okay, when we started talking about God knows how many days to the election, were we counting Saturday and Sunday as well?
We should have been, because those are days.
No.
Through you
Were
live,
we
you
counting?
We don't know.
Were we talking of working days, or were we just counting all days?
We never scrutinized that number.
We never ask it. But
Count
now it
the
just
full
made
24
sense.
hours.
Exactly. Just
so
like
that's
Eric
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
must be counted, plus today.
So you can't count Sunday.
Why?
See, this paper was printed 24 with the 24 hours in it.
With the intention that you read it in today. Somewhere.
And a full
At
today is
some point
24
today.
hours. Friday,
But,
Saturday, Sunday,
No,
Monday.
Sunday doesn't count.
What did Sunday do to you?
It didn't do anything to me. I am merely going by what I see and I've been seeing for the longest time. A public holiday falls on a Sunday, you have a holiday on Monday. Sunday doesn't count.
It counts because you're already off that day and they want to give you the privilege of then celebrating the day itself.
Precisely. So why are you counting it now?
Because they won't give you double on whatever. They want you to enjoy another day.
So August has 31 days minus Sundays.
Can you imagine? That's
No.
what he's trying to say.
The Sunday becomes an issue only when there's a public holiday. Otherwise, it's just a normal day.
Oh.
Yes. It's actually an additional day. Even when you look at your leave days, if you work on a leave day, they give you one other day. Don't they? As well. So this arithmetic, I'm not making it up. I'm just talking about things which are
Dr.
there.
Kitui, how many days do you count to the election?
All days.
How many?
4 days.
4 days.
Yes.
Me too, man.
Okay.
You guys keep counting.
How many are you counting, Latif?
5.
Why are you people
I'm
bothering
including
about counting?
Tuesday.
Why?
Are you including Tuesday itself?
But
I know
why?
some politicians are saying Tuesday by 6 a.m. This election will be done.
So for
So
them,
don't
Tuesday
count
is not an
Tuesday.
issue.
I'm voting at 6 p.m. So
Why are people bothered about the number of days when we know the election is on Tuesday? It's Tuesday. So whether it is 5 days to Tuesday,
Because the
3
event
days
is
to
taking
Tuesday,
place on
it's
Tuesday. Tuesday is not being counted. But I'm counting today as a full day. From when, let's say, from when that thing was printed. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, are you happy?
it's okay. Let's move on.
No.
Tomorrow is the final day of the campaign.
See?
Sindio?
Definitive.
Tomorrow, final days of campaign. Why? Because we have to stop campaigning how many hours before the election? 48. Sindio? So, we have seen the campaigns, Dr. Kitui, over the last couple of the official campaign period and the non-official campaign period, unofficial campaign period. We've seen the promises that are being made. We've seen the manifestos that have been unleashed by the various campaigns, whether it's a presidential, whether it's a gubernatorial. MPs are also coming with all the promises. If you look at this year's election and then compare maybe to the 2017, 2013 election, is there a difference in the terms of the campaign messaging and the way the promises are being packaged?
I think when you look at the promises, they are business as usual political promises. So we can go back way back to 2007. There are same promises that are being made, repackaged a bit, panel bet with a few technical expertise, but they're same promises. I think the question one has to ask is, do they address our most important questions as a nation? And the second question one has to ask is, will they be done? And I think as Kenyans, we are kind of getting used to, in a very bad way, we're getting used to being lied to by politicians, that they have this very beautiful manifesto. And then in 2027, they'll come back to us and say, guys, give us 5 years. You know, the first 5 years, we were just setting the groundwork. Now these other 5 years,
we inherited the failures.
10 or 10 so as to fix. But I think fundamentally, I think we have to ask if they are addressing the fundamental
How would you
questions.
answer that question? If you look at the promises that have been made, okay, same promises 2013, even before. But let's just start with this 2013. I'm starting with that because, new system and all. 2013, 2017, 2022. The promises. Are they touching the pulse of the nation? Are they addressing what needs to be addressed? Are they responding to the needs?
Now, to answer that question, I think the other question you have to ask is, what is the state best placed to do to solve the problems that we face as a nation? And I think the problem that I've always had with the political manifestos, as we talk at the moment, is governments coming to power telling us they're going to grow the economy. Governments do not grow the economy. The citizens grow the economy. The private sector grows the economy. And so one of the fundamental problems also that the politicians are presenting that is completely a myth is that we are coming and we are going to grow this economy by this percentage. We are going to grow our GDP. We are going to create jobs. You don't create jobs as a state. You create an enabling environment for us citizens, for the private sector, to apply entrepreneurial skills, to innovate, to start businesses, to create jobs. But I think the manifesto, for Kenya Kwanza, for example, I think it predominantly calls us human capital. And that's one of the things I want to problematize today, that we are not human capital. We are people. The Constitution does not say we, the human capital of this nation. It says we, the people. So the state should create an enabling environment for citizens to thrive, to be entrepreneurial, to have access to education, all those equalizing issues, to have access to good health, and then the freedom to engage in enterprise and to grow and to grow the economy, for that matter. But I find that the manifestos that have been presented are presented like, don't worry, when we come to power, we're going to grow this economy from bottom up, or we're going to grow this economy by industrializing this country. And I think we have to interrogate that. Is the state meant to industrialize? Is the state meant to grow the economy? Or what role does it play? And I think we can look back at how most of the countries that have developed and developed equitably have, is that they create an enabling environment. And I think for me, all the manifestos that I've looked at lack a very good articulation of what they think they will do to enable that. It's a list of goodies to entice us to vote.
So then, are these promises then fallacious in nature because those making the promises do not know this fundamental thing that you have said, that the state does not grow the economy, or because they think that the citizens do not know that the power actually does rest in their hands?
It's both. I think we look, as citizens usually look at, and I think we are told often that your vote is your right. And sometimes we exercise that vote as a right, but just for the sake of it. I think it would probably work differently if we thought of the vote as our power instead. That this vote, we are voting for something that should enable us exercise our power in return. So I think it partly is because the political class know that we'll just vote, and if they give us as many goodies as possible, we will vote for them.
You'll feel honored.
Yes, whether those what those goodies are in their manifestos in terms of what they will do for us, give us, or whether those goodies are the 100 shillings or 200 shillings that we get on the campaign trail.
Do you think that when people vote, they actually consider what it is that they need and who it is among the contestants is most likely to give what they need to them?
And I think that's part of the problem, the citizenry. The citizenry, do we vote like that, Muga? Because I think that's a question that is an empirical one, isn't it? We have to ask, do we vote looking at the manifestos? What is it that the state will create an enabling environment for me to thrive? And I think I've said this before. In Kenya, and I think in many countries that are very diverse as Kenya, we vote on the basis of our ethnic affiliation. On the majority of Kenyans will not go to the ballot because they are voting for you on the basis of your manifesto. Many of them will go to vote for their people and for their tribal chiefs and for their ethnic affiliations, and they will suspend all judgment. So whether that manifesto is there or not, the majority, and I dare say the majority actually, will vote on the basis of tribe. So I think partly is the Western imposition of the democratic model that is partly a problem. I think we should have designed our democracy in a way that accommodates that.
But let me ask the question, because that arguably could be said to be true of our rural areas. But our big cosmopolitan towns where communities are actually mixed, fairly mixed, one could argue, as you're arguing, that people will vote along those lines. But then there's a little creation of the Constitution that has come to rear its head even more. It's called the independent candidate. Do you think the independent candidate, because we've seen them being elected and the numbers are growing, do you think the independent candidate and those who support independent candidates, for whatever reason, because that's a different discussion, they support the individual who is the independent candidate, do you think it eventually influences or affects the presidential voting?
It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one to say. So I think at the grassroots level, people usually vote for the person that they more likely believe they either like or is going to do something differently.
Or their village mate.
Yes. And people vote, or their village mate, but people vote at that and does not affect the presidential level. I think Kenyans now I think when you look at how the Kenyans are voting now, Kenyans have matured. We don't vote like the 6-piece as we used to do in the good old days. So people at the MCA level, you will vote your independent candidate, especially if you believe they were rigged out during the nominations, or they make you believe that it was an unfair process, that they did not get the ticket of the party they want. People will vote for them. And then at the presidential level, they'll vote for a different candidate of the different party that they have. And even at gubernatorial level, you may have that citizens vote for a different person at that level as well, at the president. So I don't think for me the independent candidate per se affects who the person votes for at the presidential level.
Actually, I'm expanding the discussion further. You see, there's the independent candidate who stands on an independent ticket.
Yeah.
But if we go, again, using your argument that certain regions are more or less blocked off along tribal lines and along certain party chief lines, okay? If somebody vies for a position on a ticket other than the one which is popular in that particular region, I'm referring to them also as independent because they are not going with the flow.
Yes.
Okay? Now, why I'm asking this question is because for the longest time in the history of this particular country, there's always been two debates. One about voter padding and voter suppression. It has been there for the longest time.
Yeah.
In the days of the one-party system, it was simpler. They didn't really bother with all those scientific things. All they would do is if somebody was favored, even if the person who was running against you won, they'd just give you that person's vote. And then you could go to court if you want. And the court result was already more or less determined. But what it points down to in my mind is that we have accepted certain malpractices as being normal in our election system. Now, if you look at the papers today, the deputy president is talking about such a thing. There's hardly any election, with the exception of 2002, that this discussion has not reared its head. If indeed this election, the current one we have, were to go the way 2002 went, where people actually just vote, you count and you figure These are the outcomes. Again, it's within that background that I was asking, do you think that those who vote for the independent candidates would, of necessity, just vote for the independent candidates and also vote independently for a president?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Because I think when you look at the stakes at the local level, they're completely different, especially in homogeneous communities. And I think let's go to a rural area. Let's use the example of Nyanza. If you go to very remote villages of Siaya, if someone thinks that the nominations were not fair and they ran independently in a different party and they had a huge following in that community, my bet is that the citizens will give them the vote at that level. When it comes
whether
to
it's MCA,
whether it's MCA or
governor,
member of
MP,
parliament, if you thought you were rigged out, you went to a different party or you ran as an independent and you have a very huge following, you're actually likely to win at the local level because people just vote for you because they believe if the nominations were fair, you would have gotten the ticket of the dominant party.
Mm-hmm.
But at the national level, I think for me the dynamics would still be that the
dominant party
candidate will
take the vote.
Will take the vote, yes.
Why were you heading there, City?
Thank you very much for asking the question, Eric. The reason why I was heading in that direction is because there are kingpins in literally every region, but not all kingpins produce presidential candidates. So then people have what you call affiliations. Then comes to traditional support. Areas that are known to support this individual, the others are known to support this individual. But that tradition has been marred with change over time. You'd find a region that was considered to be traditional in this direction have moved. Now, the one region that hasn't been tested well with this is the mountain region, because they've always had a candidate from the region standing. This is the first time in the history of this country that there is no candidate from the mountain who is standing.
Yeah.
So now, the argument here is there is an overwhelming support, it is alleged, in a certain direction. Now, the question I'm asking is, in the previous years, in the intervening years of this particular country's development, from what I have observed, the homogeneous voting in central Kenya is when there's only one candidate from the region. When there are two, those votes tend to get split. Now,
there's hardly ever been one candidate in that region.
Actually, there has been a dominant candidate.
Dominant?
Yes.
Not
There's
one.
always been. There are always people who want to stand and claim that they want to be president. But the likelihood of them even being members of parliament can be put into question. So I'm talking about the dominant ones who people rally behind. So I am saying the democratic perspective has been that region has shown an inclination towards being able to split their votes and decide, no, we're not going this way. We prefer this particular person. If you go further back into history, you'll find that certain parts of that particular region had strongholds in the opposition of the KANU government at Kenyatta's time even. Now, the question I'm asking is, how certain are we that the reasons why people vote in that diversified way, and to talk of diversity, look at the way that region changes the members of parliament. It is something worth studying and documenting. So it means that's a region that clearly shows a certain independence in the way they go about their business.
And I think, Muga, I think that when you look at the democratic process, I think for me, my observation is when you go to the grassroots level, especially in a near homogeneous community, from an ethnic perspective, I think you see true democracy. And I think you can go even to Western Kenya, you can go to the mountain, you can go to Nyanza. At the local level, there's true democracy because of that homogeneity. So people, I think, now start thinking about issues. Are you addressing the real issues? Are you articulating them in a way that speaks to me? And I think you see the turnover of the members of parliament, for example, the local leaders, is very, very high, or governors for that matter. But I think the dynamics shift to the national level where we don't see that democraticness or that diversity or that ability to vote on the basis of issues. But I think that will change with the time, because I think especially as we see a lot of young people come into the voting, I think they're less tribal than the older folks. And apologies to say that to the older folks. But I think the younger generations, guys who are graduating, they care about jobs. They are coming into the job markets and there are no jobs. They are looking for an enabling environment for them to be entrepreneurial, and they will vote on those matters of principle as opposed to
What
ethnic.
makes you think they're less tribal? If, as you say, the older folks are tribal and the older folks are the parents, you're saying that influence that someone has growing up just dissipates in the air because somebody is younger.
Yes, it does, but it's because they're dealing with a completely different set of problems for them. They're looking at, most of them are very entrepreneurial, they have a lot of knowledge, they have graduated, they have skills, they can't get the jobs they want, they're looking for an opportunity.
They have knowledge, not necessarily skills. Skills is what they will acquire if they get the jobs that they're looking for.
Yeah, you'd argue that, yes. But they're looking for an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to apply their knowledge to develop the skills in a very entrepreneurial way. And I think for me, that should be able to drive, especially in the face of huge inequalities that we see as a nation.
Actually,
they are likely to vote on the basis of manifestos as opposed to the ethnic.
If I go by the argument you put across, and it's a persuasive argument, then what you're saying is that the traditional voting patterns are likely to change.
Yes.
What are these traditional voting patterns that you keep talking about?
Just along tribal lines. I mean, one doesn't keep.
Are
too
they
much
always
of us.
along tribal lines?
Yes.
And are they just on tribal lines, or are they on tribal issues as well?
No.
For example, let me ask you. The people of Northeastern Province have never had a presidential candidate.
No.
They've never had a deputy presidential candidate.
Never.
So how have they been voting nationally?
Is
it on tribal lines, or is it on tribal issues?
They vote on tribal lines because as a tribe or as a community, given the paternalistic way in which the community is organized, they look at what they think will benefit them.
So tribal issues.
The tribal is the tribe votes.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
So it's not it's not saying that one ethnic group comes together and wins.
On the other areas, you could argue, like when you're talking about, like Nyanza, Rift Valley, Central.
Yes.
When there's a candidate, it doesn't matter the issue.
Yes.
It is our guy is on the ballot.
Yes.
We are rallying behind our guy.
Yes.
The issues that he has, yes, we're hearing the issues, and we will listen to the issues, and in fact, we'll go back and start evangelizing those issues. Not necessarily because we bought them, but it's because it's the guy.
Yeah.
But the people of these other areas, I would want to argue that they think about, so which of these people has come and promised us and understood our issues?
Actually,
the people of the coast will look at, so traditionally, I mean, over the last couple of years, they've been voting along for Raila Odinga. Why? Because Raila has connected with their issue.
The thing is, if you give the example of Northeastern Province, they are a business community. Yes, they are pastoralists and they are nomads, but they're a business community. Now, they understand the dynamics of their communities better than we do. So, and they also know that they're not many. So, if one positions themselves in terms of interest, interest in this country is based on, in my opinion, one simple thing: who do we think is going to be the president? That's what you support. It has nothing to do with what they said, who they said it to. If you think it's going to be in this direction, that's where you move towards.
Yeah. But also the old pattern has been that even the smaller tribes have their own tribal chiefs as well. And their kingpin has always wanted to be also in government in a very senior position. And they rally their communities behind them as a negotiating position to negotiate for being part of the government. And so these ethnic chiefs or the tribal chiefs come together and they form a winning coalition purely just because you have the numbers of the smaller parties, and then you appoint them in cabinet or give them senior government positions. So either way, I think the pattern of voting over the past has been on ethnic basis. But I think my assumption is, especially as we see a lot of young people start voting, and I'm hoping that this year is one of those years that a lot of young people vote, is that those dynamics will start to change. And I think our democracy will start maturing because now politicians will know that we can't just put together a few chiefs and then win.
Everything you've just been describing shows the maturity of our democracy.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It shows that we understand. You get to government, you get your person in there, the person in there champions your cause, and the community benefits. That's it. So everything is... Anyway, let's take a break. 27 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu, tell Dr. Kitui about Samsung.
Okay, so we've been looking at how, history has meant that certain things that we do today were just not like that. Especially when it came to, capturing memories at events. It was that, you took pictures and you had to book in advance, and then they would go to like a studio and wash your prints and such and send them back to you in an envelope, or you would come back and pick them up later, right? But Samsung has changed that now, and all you have to do literally is pick up your phone and take a picture and capture these memories. And the technology that they've been able to develop over time means that click of a finger really, has meant that it will be clear, it'll be sharp, it'll be able, you can store it away. And they've been really dedicated and made deliberate efforts to see that in as much as those historic events, in as much as those past experiences were really something to remember, that today it's not so laborious to be able to capture these great moments with Samsung's technology.
Must hear you.
Let's hear you.
Very good. 25 minutes to 8. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Dr. John Kituri, Country Director of Oxfam Kenya, is our guest this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, no lack of water,
Right.
or Kamba, lack of traffic.
Yeah.
There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest
Looking at still cloudy
conversation.
conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 20 and lows of 12. 15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nakuru, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 18 in a rainy Nyeri at 12. 14 and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 22. And it's raining in Mombasa. It'll go to highs of 28 today and highs of 27 in a sunny Malindi. 18 degrees and mostly cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 28. 27 will be the high and mostly cloudy at 17 in Kakamega. It's sunny at 19 in Kampala. We'll see highs of 27. And in Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 29. It's sunny at 21. Johannesburg, mostly cloudy at 9, highs of 20. And it's mostly cloudy at 23 in Lagos. It'll go to highs of 29. And clear at 22 in Kinshasa, highs of 31 and lows of 20.
Classic soul, R&B,
All right, still
smooth
continues.
jazz,
Really heavy traffic on North Airport Road this morning, and it's seeping well into that whole Embakasi area. We're still yet to see what is causing that traffic specifically this morning. It is not moving at all. There is a traffic advisory, however. We're looking at the closure of the section of the Nairobi Thika Superhighway due to the ongoing installation at the GSU. So Kenha has said that it will be closed from 7 to 6 p.m. And so that was from today, actually, until tomorrow. So people are going in the opposite direction, looking for a way out. And it looks pretty messy from where we're looking at it right now. The Thika Superhighway, traffic is building up here as well. But it's nothing too painful at the moment. Doesn't look too bad. Coming out of Westlands on Waiyaki Way, that looks pretty good as well. James Kishore flowing smoothly. We'll keep an eye on things and see what happens in half hour. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving this morning.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
22 minutes to 8. Hey, so everybody going towards, that's from today, this one. Everybody going towards Thika gets to GSU. You've got to go up towards the GSU gates, meet the traffic coming from Outer Ring, and then head down back into Thika Superhighway?
My goodness. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's why we're seeing that tailback of traffic now on North Airport
This is in
Road because
preparation
everyone's
for
feeding
tomorrow.
off. No.
What is happening tomorrow? They're what? Installing a gantry.
A gantry
Installation
sign
of a
at
gantry sign
GSU.
at GSU. So they're putting a sign on the road.
Okay.
So the road is going to be closed until 4 a.m.
That's what's happening
in the
tomorrow.
morning.
Final rallies.
Oh, the rally at Kasran.
At Kasran.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, everybody on Thika Superhighway today.
Pole sana.
Yes, be knowing. Dr. John Kitu is still here with us in the studio. We're talking about the promises, gaps, and expectations in this election. You've said the manifestos just look at the same thing, all of them. And they have this presupposition that state provides jobs, state grows the economy, state enriches people, state deals with them.
Give the poor money.
Give the poor money.
And when you're done with it, give the young people money. And then don't forget the Mama Mboga. She must also be given
something.
Yes.
Yeah? State gives. If you look at the manifestos then, from even the work that you've been doing at Oxfam Kenya, you've been looking at various indices. It's poverty, you've been looking at, development levels. Is there any manifesto that is really touching on alleviating poverty, creating a conducive environment to alleviate poverty?
I think most of the manifestos I've read do a very excellent job in the analysis of what the root problems are. Okay. So the problem of poverty, the inequality. Some of them touch on the current ongoing drought, for example, in the northern parts of Kenya. We see like 4.1 million people are on the verge of their food's insecure. 2 million people desperately need support. And as a country, we are doing a very horrible job trying to support them. The little that's going there, I think we've reached about only 500,000 people out of 4.1 million of food insecure. So when you look at the Constitution, it does an amazing analysis of what the problem is. My dispute with them comes to what is being proposed as the root solutions. And I think partly it's because they do not even recognize inequality as a very critical existential crisis of our time. So when you talk about food security in this country, the problem is not production. And I think everyone keeps saying about production. We produce enough, we waste enough, and a lot is eaten by pests.
How much is enough?
So I think it's just enough. So I think enough from a point of we can feed everybody if we managed to redistribute it very, very well. There are pockets in this. We have people with maize in Rift Valley from last year in their warehouses. But then we are importing maize from other places. And then as we speak, there are people in Northern Frontiers, Mandera, Marsabit, Turkana, who are starving to death because they have no food. It is a failure of the markets, and where I think now the state needs to come in and compensate for those market failures. It fails very, very fundamentally to make sure that the people who experience these shocks of the drought with the COVID-19 are protected. And I think Muga was saying that government should not be giving money to the poor. I think the government, actually, part of the government's existence is to give money to the poor, to give money to the people living with disabilities, is to make sure. Daniel Kahneman, the purpose of government is not to increase happiness, it's to reduce misery. So if the state focused on reducing misery, we would all be very, very happy and well. And one of those ways of reducing misery is actually making sure that if we face shocks in life, be it a drought, be it a pandemic, be it a locust infestation, be it a flood, be it an accident and loss of ability to work, be it old age and we are unable to work, that actually comes in and there is a social assistance that it assures us as citizens.
But then it also must be sustainable. And I think that's one of the things like Oxfam, for example, talks about all the time.
Yes.
Sustainability in these things, whether it's food security or you have sources that are sustainable. If we're talking about putting money into the hands of people, then that also must be a sustainable action. Is it something that you're going to be able to continue doing, or are you going to do it the first time and then make sure that this money then is plowed into sustainable resources as well? So what are we looking at here? And if we're saying that the government is doing a deplorable job of doing that, most times the eye then needs to be cast on as an example of what should be the way. And we know that there's some models that Oxfam has used. What are those? And then, so those are two questions. How can it be sustainable? How can it be sustained? And what examples have been used in the past that, the mirror can be cast on?
So the sustainability question is a very dynamic one. I think when you look at, for example, the government's ability to create an enabling environment for people to be entrepreneurial, for young people to work, that can be sustainable. And I think for me, the governments of the day should focus on creating that enabling environment for sustainable ways for the people who are able to work to continue to work. And then governments have to be able to tax enough to be able to then meet some of the social burdens of society. That, again, is very, very sustainable. I think in every economy, young people usually work. They get, young people who are able to work. They are taxed, and their tax is used to pay pensions for people who are not able to work, but also to provide education and health for young people who need that investment into their own development to get into the working bracket. That is the whole sustainability model, that we create an enabling environment for those who are able to work. Done. We tax them. And I think we can talk about the tax inequality in this country where the poor pay more. Once you've taxed them, then you provide those public services, whether it's health, education, to prepare young people, the children, all of us equitably. Whether you belong from a poor family or a rich family, you have the right to have education to prepare yourself to the productive years of the future. But then also, once you get old, that the young people of that generation are being tasked to provide you with the social assistance you require in the older days. Or if for an unfortunate event you become disabled and you live with a severe disability, that the state will tax and you will get, like the Inua Jamii is a very great innovation that should be deepened and expanded, that you are protected from living a miserable life, and undignifying life, because the general population that is able to work is taxed, and that money is used to give you a benefit as well. Or education, for example, that as a government, you are taxing and then you are investing into the education system. And I think we were talking earlier about the whole concept of human capital, for example. We are not human capital, we are people. And governments should be able to tax, to be able to invest in universities for people who just want to think. And because we've underinvested in universities, our philosophers do not have that freedom and the peace of mind to just sit there and think. And I think part of our problem as a society is actually
thinking is not an income-generating activity.
It's because we are thinking with income generating.
You're thinking. You're sitting there thinking.
Actually, it is.
Of course it is. I'm just saying, in this country, that's how it's treated.
Yes. So all our thinkers are now doing consultancies.
Yes.
So partly we have diverted
just
all our
there
thinkers.
And think. You'll think your thinking will take your children to school. You think.
Actually, it does, because it's that thinking that enables you to seek further education, B, look for, as you're saying, a consultancy. Then, when you're in the consultancy or in employment, you think of new and better ways. The idea is to not stop thinking.
Absolutely.
And not stop being innovating. And I think what Dr. Kitu is speaking about is this tunnel vision that people are shepherded into, where all the focus is on primarily just how to work and how to make money, as opposed to...
And then die.
Yes. Instead of taking a deep breath and saying, okay, why don't we take time and look at this thing again and ask whether this is really the right direction. There's one question we didn't ask when we were talking about these patterns. Apathy. Are we likely to see greater apathy in this election than we've seen before, and which demographic group are we likely to see it in? I'm saying this because you mentioned the youth. Not just a sleeping giant. This one is a moribund giant, because the youth are their best enemies because of the outlook they have. Someone's going to say, well, society is always this and the other. If the youth feel they don't want to vote simply because nothing has been done in the past, well, an opportunity gone. If the youth feel these things never change, so there's no need for them to vote, again, you've let a beautiful opportunity simply go by, and it's gone. Are we going to see greater voter apathy in this election than we've seen in the past? Because The voter apathy, I've looked at people who determine through polls and analysis and strategies telling us about how this election is going to go. I don't see the discussion of apathy coming in. There is a story of the undecided. The undecided, as presented, doesn't tell you the whole story, because the Kenyan will not tell you exactly what they're thinking and what they're planning. They'll tell you what they think is plausible and leave it at that.
I don't think, for me, there are two ways to look at it. So the apathy will not be there partly because it's a very high-stakes elections. It's a transitional one. All the pollsters have shown it's a very close race to call.
And you believe what these pollsters tell you?
Okay, whether we believe or not, I think the common citizens like myself would likely to actually judge that this is a very close call. So I must go out, or actually my candidate will lose. So in that sense...
You're not a common citizen, but then you just go on.
So let me continue as a common citizen.
Yes.
So I think many people will come out to vote, especially in the rural areas, or the majority of people who are just voting for this is my person, this is my tribal chief and everything. People will come out to vote because it's a very high stakes and a very close elections to call. Now, on the other hand, if you really vote on the basis of issues, the question you have to ask yourself is, what is this election about? And I think John Githongo, if I'm not wrong, has actually said since 2002, this is the first election that's about nothing. That fundamentally, there is nothing at stake in these elections. And I tend to believe him, because I think when you look at, for example, the manifestos, they focus on the root problems of inequality, for example. Or even let's talk about climate change. I think we haven't mentioned climate change. We ought to mention climate change alongside inequality. If you look at inequality, economic inequality, social inequality, and climate change as an existential crisis of our time as a nation, and the manifesto's failure to address some of these issues, is this election about anything at all? And does it inspire anyone to wake up at 6? Will Latif wake up at 6 a.m. and say, let me go vote because inequality is at stake, in climate change is at stake?
You see, now that's a problem. And we had we had John Githongo here as well. We took him on that particular article that he had written. This is the first election about nothing. And we asked him, what is something? You see, if we start defining something in those terms as, climate change and all, if that is not how it's translated in the Kenyan population, then it's about nothing. But if it's about unga, if it's about jobs, if it's about the state of the economy, I keep arguing that I think this is an election about the state of economy. If you look at the campaign messaging, the manifestos, like you're saying, they identify the root cause, that there is, inequalities in terms of job opportunities, the inequalities in terms of incomes and all, and they're looking at ways in which those can then be jump-started. Where is it manufacturing? Is it improving the agricultural sector? Why the agricultural sector? Because, Kenya Kwanza have said, it can have a multiply effect, blah, 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 blah. This other side have said one industry per county. Why? Because it can have that impact and effect of creating job opportunities and creating industry and all. Why economy? I think it's about the economy.
The question you have to ask is, how come the private sector has not been able to do that already? And what can the state do to enable that? So, for example, the industrialization question, I think for me the greatest opportunity we have is in the value addition. We export a lot of raw materials. When you look at the extractive sector, for example, especially all this renewable energy and everything else, and when you look at the Azimio's manifesto, it's very, very good in terms of we will produce all these copper products in Kenya, or we will add value on all these raw things. We'll produce Nescafe in this country as opposed to exporting our coffee. The question you have to ask is, since independence, how as a nation have we failed to enable the entrepreneurial Kenyans to set up these enterprises? And will the state do it? And I think for me it's the how of the question. The problem is not about saying the problem, the job creation, inequality and everything else.
Can I attempt to answer that question?
Yes.
Successive governments have actually killed institutions that were set up at independence and leading on to the intervening years, that were set up to do precisely that. They were deliberately killed. Whether it was ICDC, whether it was KIE, they were killed. Whether it was Agricultural Finance Corporation,
KVDS,
just KTDC, just talk about Kenya Trading Corporation, just go through the entire list. You look at countries that have moved from being third world banana republics to the takeoff economic stage where they're now doing wonderful things. They've had that sort of government support. Even these so-called hugely developed Eastern economies. That's why they're where they are. And we had it. We had that system in place. We didn't water it down. We actually killed it. So now, when we're talking about this, there's a generation that saw a glimmer of this with President Kibaki's presidency, where you actually saw the government making it possible for you. We actually don't need to be told how to grow stuff. We just need to be able to have money. Kenyans will do it themselves. They don't need to be told how to make coffee. They'll figure it out.
The enabling environment.
Yes,
but when you look at the
yes.
Constitution, Muga, do you see these manifestos articulating the how they're going to create the enabling environment for that to happen, or they're just telling us they're going to create industries for us to? I don't think for me government can create industries.
I'm seeing them giving the how.
Is the how, the details of the how.
I've seen some of them giving the how. Giving the how by saying, if we say that counties, for example, focus one industry per county or one product per county, what is it that's going to happen at the county level? The laws, that's what they say, the Azimio Manifesto. It's the laws by the counties, the enabling environment, the taxation regime, the coming up with one tariff, all those things then create that attraction for the private investment to come in. And then using the government support in terms of policy to enable that. I see it.
Latif, I think what I've heard is examples being given as saying Kitui government created this industry on textile. Or Makueni County or whatever county created this industry that does mango. I am, and as an individual, anti-government trying to do business themselves to create jobs, setting up companies. I think for me that's a wrong model. That's not what government is meant to do. Government should create an enabling environment for the private sector itself to establish those industries, and they should focus on creating an enabling environment for whatever industry to emerge in whatever county.
Like the one the Makueni County and the Jubilee administration have done in Kitui, where this Italian oil giant has now opened a biofuels factory in Makueni.
When you say government
enabling environment,
should the enabling environment means a complete absence of government participation? Because the government has to participate.
No, it's the yes. So the government has to participate. I think for me, it's from more of a regulatory perspective.
Point of view.
And enabling for finance to flow, for example. Protection of local industries by making sure that they protect the textile industry, for example, so that we can wear our own clothes. I went to Ethiopia, and Ethiopians are very proud people. They wear their own clothes. There is no mtumba. Someone mentioned mtumba, and everyone jumped through the roof. But if we created an enabling environment for textile, for cotton, and all these things to thrive, then we can have the industries.
So I hear you, Dr. Kutu, saying that, here we are saying that then the skeletal environment then is what is the job of government. Put the structure in place. If we're talking about licenses, for example, make sure that there's a smooth flow. If we're talking about protectionism now when it comes to local farmers, make sure that the laws are in place that enables that to happen. If we're talking about global agreements and negotiations that must take place, then that is the job of government to then allow the worker bees, as it were, private sector and entrepreneurs to then be able to move this vehicle forward.
So the government should focus on creating an enabling environment, as you say, to do that, and then tax this enterprise and then use that tax to reduce inequality. Who's being left behind that needs protection? People living with severe disabilities, orphans and vulnerable children, elderly persons, people who are going through shocks, that now the taxation is used to make sure that they get social protection, invest in education, make sure there's universal education, universal health care, so that the young generation can know I can do all the education I want to whatever level I want, and then I can do whatever I want to do in future to reduce inequality, to address the issues of climate change. But the government should not 100% focus on creating industry themselves.
Creating the industry and running the industry.
No, they shouldn't. I think their mandate is very, very clear in states where that has worked.
In about a minute, Dr. Kitui, as Oxfam Kenya, as the work that you've been doing and looking at the country and the general direction that we are heading, looking at the political promises that have been made, what would you tell the Kenyan who is preparing to vote on Tuesday? What should their focus be when they're electing the leader from MCA to president?
I think it's the issues. I think Kenyans should look at the manifestos and for all its worth, look and see which manifesto is promising to create an enabling environment for me to exercise my entrepreneurship, to do something about it. And I think for me that should be the fundamental one. The second one should be a manifesto that talks about how to reduce poverty and inequality, and also a manifesto that talks about climate change. I think for me these are very, very fundamental things that states should be doing, that we should be trying to encourage going forward. And I think as the more we start voting on the basis of issues, the more I think future elections will be driven by issues as opposed to just promises of goodies that are all tied to sound economic theory.
Very well said. Always a pleasure having you here. Always a pleasure, engaging.
You,
You're very controversial in your thinking, which is a good thing.
With Bunga here, it's always necessary to be controversial.
Dr.
Thank you for your time.
Kitui is the country director, Oxfam Kenya. Keep it here for more conversations today. It's just about the election. Good morning, 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The High Court is today expected to hear a suit challenging the candidature of Kenya Kwanza presidential running mate Rigathi Gachagua and 14 other aspirants. On Wednesday, Justice Murathe ordered 12 activists who had filed an urgent application to serve the affected politicians with their pleadings ahead of today's hearing. In the petition, the activists want the High Court to stop the aspirants from contesting next week's elections over integrity issues and a declaration that the presumption of innocence doesn't apply to criminal suspects seeking public elective seats. Applicants also want the court to lock out United Democratic Alliance Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja, Aisha Juma of Kilifi County, Muhammad Ali Muhammad of Marsabit, Mudhomi Njuki of Tharaka Nithi, Evan Skidero contesting on a Homa Bay seat, Ali Koran of Garissa, and Dadho Godana of Tana River. A Nakuru court is also today expected to rule on whether the suspect of the confirmed Dixon Macharia crime group known as DECO will be released on bail or not. The decision follows a request submitted by his lawyer David Mungeri asking that his client be released so that he can participate in the voting activity on Tuesday next week. At the same time, the police officers want to detain him for another 30 days in order to complete investigations. The police also say that his release may interfere with the investigations. He is alleged to have collaborated with 6 other suspects who are in custody to plan the murder of 6 women in Magwanga area, Nakuru, between December 2nd last year and June 24th this year. 2 days before the end of the election campaigns, Azimio la Umoja Alliance will today be in Mombasa at Toronoko Stadium. Azimio will thereafter hold their last rally dubbed Firimbi Festival tomorrow at Kasarani Stadium. Elsewhere, Kenya Kwanza will today pitch camp in Nairobi County, where they'll continue to woo voters to support their presidential candidate. Tomorrow, they'll conclude their campaigns at Nyayo Stadium, awaiting the outcome of Tuesday's elections. Agano Party presidential candidate David Mwaure has discouraged the exchange of words between his competitors Kenya Kwanza Alliance and Azimio la Umoja. Mwaure says the parties should stop working on the emotions of Kenyans, as some of them may conclude that the elections are rigged if their preferred candidates are not announced the winner.
We wish to denounce in the strongest terms possible the danger and likely violence that the two alleged big formations Azimio la Umoja and Kenya Kwanza are fanning by their conduct, utterances and chain-snapping to the extent of alleging that a given coalition has already won the elections. The facts are that we have not voted, nor has IBC counted and announced who the winner is.
Education CS George Magoha says Nairobi, Nakuru and Mombasa counties still don't have enough CBC classes to cater for the number of students who will be joining junior secondary school. Magoha says this is because the counties also have a high number of students who are in private schools. Magoha also says that Nyeri County is leading the number of complete CBC classes at 88%, followed by Kirinyaga and Kiambu at 70%.
Yes, there are very many private primary schools. That is what causes the problem. And very few high schools, both in public and private sector. So one of the valves we want to lift is that so most of those children in the private sector, at least for the junior secondary school period, can remain there. And I think we have now registered over 100 schools who have conformed by doing the labs, and they are continuing to do so.
And finally, U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says that China won't isolate Taiwan by preventing U.S. officials from traveling there. She made the remarks in Tokyo, the final leg of an Asia tour highlighted by a visit to Taiwan that infuriated China. Pelosi, the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years, said in Taipei that the U.S. commitment to democracy in the self-governing island and elsewhere remains ironclad. Pelosi and 5 other members of Congress arrived in Tokyo late Thursday after visiting Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan and South Korea. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM.
All right, so still looking at traffic building up. North Airport Road is doing a thing this morning, and it's still really heavy as you're getting out now. We're seeping in well into the Eastern Bypass, moving very slowly, and it's in and outbound traffic, and it's doing the thing this morning, folks. Not quite sure why it's so heavy. If you have insights, let us know so we can warn folks who might be heading in that direction. And then we're also seeing it going on towards Outer Ring. Lungalunga, extremely busy. Same thing that we're seeing coming off Manyanja Road, out towards Jogo Road. Outer Ring, then heading it in a thicker superhighway direction. We're also looking at Landis Road, which was really heavy all the way from Tuesday. Still continues to be bumper-to-bumper traffic as you're getting out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. So traffic hour has started in earnest. The thicker superhighway, not too bad this morning. That road closure issue opened now. And Kiambu Road also, bumper-to-bumper traffic has begun. It's a crazy Friday, and this is what we're looking at. Let us know what's going on where you are. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Try to keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the 5th day of August 2022. Counting to the 9th day of August 2022, 9 minus 5 is equals 4. All right. So 4 days to the general election. Okay. That is settled. Today, like we said, we're talking more and more about the election and what to do when it comes to Tuesday. How will you make your decision? We previously had a conversation with the Oxfam Kenya country boss, and his closing remark was, on that day, look at which of these candidates is promising to go into government, to make government give you a conducive environment to make you thrive in whichever way. In this next hour, we want to talk about equality. Should we, or are we prepared, or how are we prepared to elect more women in this general election? We have a guest for that. Before we welcome and introduce her to the show, the day's proverb, City.
Yes, this is our last proverb from Congo-Brazzaville. No matter how full the river, comma, it still wants to grow, full stop.
No matter how full the river, comma, it still wants to grow, full stop.
Yes, and when it's full, fuller than full, it overflows. And when it overflows, then we have flooding. And then when we have flooding, yes, then we have situations that we would rather not deal with. But then on the other hand, when it recedes, all the topsoil it carries with it makes for very fertile ground on which wonderful things can grow.
Indeed.
The river never gets enough.
No, hardly ever. Hardly ever. It'll always find some place to spread its, I was about to say wings. Let me say spread its waters.
Spread its waters.
Yes.
Okay. So that answers the question, how much is enough?
No, it doesn't actually. It actually asks even further questions. Is enough the question you should ask? Yes. After asking it, what else ought you to ask? Yes.
How much is enough? Enough is not the question.
How much is?
Okay, Sophie Kaibiria is a senior program officer at FIDA Kenya. This is the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya. I got it right?
Yes.
Yes. I never get the so where does the D come from?
So, thank you, Latif. Let me say I'm very glad to be here to meet all of you. And to your question, Federation of Women Lawyers is said in Spanish, Federación Abogada Internacional. So that's where the D comes from.
Federation Abogada
D. So D.
At the very least, you got the D. So
I got the
you're
D.
fine.
I got the D.
As always.
All along me, I thought the D was development. And I keep waiting. Development is key. Development is scheduled with lawyers.
Federation. So it's a
Federation D. Very good.
Okay. So we want to have a conversation about the ideals of the Constitution, which is that they want to ensure that there is gender equality in our society and equal society in terms of representation in all spheres of life. And where the Constitution says, in fact, let's look at leadership. In leadership, let's ensure that no one gender has more than 2/3 representation in any sector. So elective positions, we should not have more than 2/3 representation of any gender in any elective bodies. Okay. We have known about that. We had elections in 2013. We had elections in 2017. We have had court cases. We've had orders of the court. We have seen candidates being cleared to vie in the election. We've seen candidates being sponsored by political parties, independent candidates, and all. Are we heading anywhere closer to realizing this ideal?
Latif, you've painted the picture of where we are coming from, but I need to go deeper. Otherwise, my teachers in law would not be very happy. So let us contextualize this journey. So historically, when we look at our political governance, where we've come from where we started the Legislative Assembly, there were the numbers in the Legislative Assembly for women then have been at a minimum. So when it came to the constitutional reform process that was highly instrumental in the 90s towards the 2000s, and eventually to the Constitution, one of the things that was being propagated during those times was that it was about time that gender equality as part of our process for us as Kenya should be legislated. And there began the movement through a number of initiatives, including Kenya women rights movements, political party processes through the women caucuses in parliament. And from that kind of historical perspective, we could see that the push for gender representation in parliament would be realized. And the framers of the Constitution actually put it in there through the various articles, including 27, 81, that when we go into governance, the governance institutions, both elective and appointive, should look at the gender equality question, have greater representation of women as part of a minimum, not the ceiling, a minimum basic for governance institutions that at least a third of the proportion should be given to women or situated for women. Now, when you look at that context and coming to the 2010 Constitution that has been lauded all over as being very progressive and upholding the tenets of democracy, then we have to question ourselves why 2013 we didn't do the maximum as Kenyan voters to get women in elective positions. 2017, although as we've put it as FIDA, when we do the gender analysis after every general election, 2017 for us was quite a success in terms of representation. We had 3 governors. We had 23 single constituency members of parliament who were elected by voters. Now, come to 2022. Will we see the doubling? Will we see the gender equality card having been achieved? So now we are here.
So that's the context.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
We've been making incremental gains, like you've said, since the beginning, since LegCo days up to 2017, the 12th Parliament, there have been incremental gains made. The question is whether we are prepared or whether we are going to see more improvement.
Sure. So, Sophie, what factors, and I want to assume that this was done, but what factors then led to the incremental gains that we saw 2013, 2017, 2022, that we see the women who occupy those positions today? What would you say are the factors that led to the increment that we saw then between 2013 and 2017? And if we're able to identify those, are we then able to leverage those to hope, again, for the doubling of the numbers in 2022 that you're talking about?
So when we look at factors, we have to look at the negative and positive variables. So when you look at the negative variables that contribute to the minimal numbers of women in politics, we look at factors like resources. Are women enabled in terms of resources to get out there and campaign for themselves? We look at factors like gender norms. Traditionally, in our society, women are culturalized to not pursue leadership positions. Then we go further and look at the legal framework. Although we have the 2010 Constitution having the minimums on gender equalities, there are other legislative requirements that have been put in there to ensure that is actually realized. However, the Parliament in 2013, 2017 has never achieved that. And that's something we've been pushing through the court process and through lobbying parliamentarians to have a 2/3 gender rule legislated. Now, when we go to the positive, why we have the incremental aspect that we've seen from 2013 to now, I would put it in 3 particular scenarios. When the Constitution in 2013 was introduced, largely being an introductory process those 5 years, the levels of awareness of women and how to participate in the electoral processes was not actually there. And this has been documented because in 2013, it was a whole new constitution. How to get through the elective positions and how to position yourself through the electoral positions was not really part of put out there like a civic education process. Now, when you look at 2017, of course, people learned a lot. And when you have, first of all, a pedestal where you're seeing women have made it, then there is that aspect of role modeling and pushing women up the ladder. So those 2 aspects have made it possible for 2017. More women got elected because they could see, I can also do it. Even a girl in the village would think that, okay, now I can manage to put myself out there. And we've seen the numbers from the gazetted candidates in 2022. More and more women have put themselves out there. And it's become a movement.
Right.
Yeah.
What about the decision, though, on the part of the voter? Because we've looked at the numbers, and you look at about maybe of those who are registered to vote, 50% of those voters are women, right? But the person who is putting such an individual in a position also is making a conscious decision. Why do we see that even when there are women who have put themselves up for elective positions, the women are still not voting them in? Because one would assume that if you're saying more women ought to be in these positions, more women are putting themselves up for these positions, their kin as women then would also vote them in. But we didn't see that happening in large numbers. Why?
When we look at the voting patterns, people vote out of whatever issues that candidates present themselves to them. And we all know that the woman's candidature is not monolithic. The issues and the agenda they present may not necessarily resonate concurrently with the voter who comes in and votes. So it's a matter of having a feel of what is happening on the ground in order to present your manifesto in a realistic and an approachable way that the voter will be part of the process. So, for example, because we have been in this process as FIDA Kenya for the 2 cycles, and we have had studies and seen, having been working in the grassroots level to the regional level, and having as members women who present themselves for elective positions who are FIDA members, we've had quite an update on what we should be doing. And one of the things that we found out from these studies is that as female candidates present themselves, there is that gap that we identified as part of the capacity on how to brand themselves, first of all, how to present their manifestos, and how to resource mobilize around those particular issues. And that's why last year, 2021, when we were after launching our voter data campaign, we went further and did the Women Leadership Academy, an academy where we brought in the female aspirants then to come in and get these particular skill sets, bringing in industry pacemakers and equally bringing in political leaders who've made it to be part of that aspect of pushing them up the ladder. So it is a process that goes on. And we hope, and we've seen from the gazettement of these women in the candidature level, they have done better this time in terms of presenting themselves. So it's upon the voter to go and make a conscious decision that having presented this and having known that women have a better managerial skill set when it comes to managing matters of governance and for the electorate and the people they represent.
Do they really?
Yes. Studies have shown that. Women make better
conducted
managers.
these studies, if I may ask?
Several governance institutions.
Headed by
Yes,
women,
including
perhaps?
us. Including us.
Several governance institutions headed by women found that women are better managers of resources.
You know, I'm an avowed supporter for the greater representation in leadership positions by women. And I think from where I sit, I see, like you said initially, positive strides being made constantly. There are several hurdles, but we'll discuss the hurdles. But just to go back into what Ndu had asked earlier, I mean, are we seeing the voter perception on a woman as a suitable leader changing? I want to add the other side of the question, which is, have we seen an increase in the number of women candidates, or even aspirants, an increase in the number of women candidates? Is there a proportional increase in the number of those candidates then getting the approval by voters?
Latif, when you ask such a question, then we have to look at the dynamics being presented by the pollsters. The pollsters that have been doing the works for the last 2 weeks. They have been presenting the gender division on how the elections will go. And we can see, especially after a major political party announced deputy presidential candidates as a woman, there was a mass movement, even for political parties, to catch up. So for me, I am of the opinion that the society itself is ready to have women in decision-making tables. And by having the society having that conversation and being presented, we can see all over. Women have presented their posters. They have presented their branding themselves a lot, meaning the perception by the voters will definitely change.
It's by and by going to change.
Yes.
My question is, if you look at the 2007, 2013, 2017, let's just focus on 2013 and 2017, the number of candidates of the female gender who were out of the 290 constituencies, how many women candidates were there? Then look at 2017, how many women candidates were there? Were they more? And does that also translate then to the increase in the number of women who were elected from the single constituencies, the 23 women who were elected in the constituency? Is it because of us having more candidates, more women candidates on the ballot?
Yes, and also having institutions support women. And by institutions, I mean political parties and the necessary legal framework. Now, when you look at the political parties, in terms of, it is the gatekeeper and the inroads for women in elections and in politics. So political parties, I must say, have really shaped up since 2013, 2017, 2022. They are now discussing more and more how to include women in the political party formation, governance institutions, and all that. So having institutions support this gender agenda means that when it comes to presentation of candidates who will be the ballot, then they will have a sense of having the women that they have recruited through the processes in the years be part of the elections. Now, after looking at those institutions, we are also having complementary institutions that support the electoral process in itself. The Office of the Registrar of Political Parties has been very categorical in terms of having political parties comply with the Constitution. And the Constitutional compliance includes gender equality. The court themselves have pronounced themselves in terms of having proportional representation of women. So when you have institutions working for women, then the society will see that this is the path to go. And the numbers, as you've said, going back to your earlier question, the numbers from 2013, 2017, 2022 have had that incremental progress because of this wholesome concept of the electoral process to ensure that there is compliance come 2022 Parliament.
Don't you think you should change yourself when you seek for equality as opposed to seeking for equity?
Those two concepts are different.
Yes, they are.
They are different.
Yes, they
are. When you look at equality, then it means balance of power between
You're looking for parity.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. When you go to equity, it's a matter of almost systemic.
Yes, it is.
So we can't compare both. Gender equality
actually, I'm
is
asking,
a variable itself, and equity is
I
another
agree.
variable.
I agree, but you see, let me explain why I'm saying this. The girl child, for the longest time, was disadvantaged in this country. Anyone who's lived here long enough knows that is just a simple fact. Issues that even pertain to health, let me speak of HIV and AIDS because that's an area I know well. Women, the girl child suffered the most. When you talk about issues that pertain to pregnancies, you see, pregnancies don't occur on their own. Usually two people are involved. The girl child bears the brunt of it. They're the ones who have to miss school. They're the ones who have to do all sorts of things. And the co-conspirator goes scot-free. One doesn't even hear of them. Now, I understand the need to bridge this gap. I understand it fully. The question I'm asking is, even as we bridge this gap, there is a need for those who have had an undue advantage to also understand why this gap needs to be bridged, and not old fogies like myself. No. I'm referring to people who are younger, so that the female agenda can be embraced by both the girl child or the women and the men. If it is embraced by both, then that agenda has a far better chance of moving in the direction that you want. If it just focuses on women empowerment but doesn't consider the other, then you will at some point meet headwinds. That really is the point I am trying to make.
I agree with you, Muga. Also, I present to you that in the work that we've been doing, the equity card has been played in 3 ways. First of all, in our capacity building, in our engagements with communities around the country, we've been involving male champions. Male champions are guys who can come in and advocate for gender equality. And by doing so, they also engage men in this process. And by engaging men and the boy child in this process, as we so like to call, we've seen that they feel that their participation in the movement has created a resource for them also to build themselves. So as we build the woman, we are also building the man in terms of skill set in pushing for affirmative action and ensuring that they have this necessary knowledge to undertake the work that we are doing. Also, as we do this work, for equity to be part of the process, we also are very keen to have that distinction that when we talk about gender equality, we never mean woman equality. We mean both men and women. So that when we do our core work, that is also includes support, legal support through our offices around the country. We have those scenarios where when a woman presents themselves for assistance in our office, we at the first instant tell them that we are here for your family. If you can go through the mediation process, if you can go through another process that is not necessarily a comparative process, then we start with that. Then we go back to, if that fails, then we go to the other process. So for us, gender also means equity.
Eric, you're going to tell us we're going on a break, isn't it?
Yes. 8:30.
So the question I have,
the question comes after this break.
Okay.
Sophie Kaiveria is a senior program officer at FIDA Kenya. Sophie, you see this man called CT. In a couple of years, some years ago, he used to have library of books, a fax machine, a telegraphic machine,
and a dial-up telephone.
He had a photo booth. He used to have a camera that he'd walk around dangling on around his neck wherever he's going, and then comes back and there's a room that he has dedicated and called it a dark room where he processes his phones, all those things.
Photographs, Baba. Photographs.
Photographs, yes. Yeah. Whenever he needed to talk to people, he had to go to Mungedo, the center, meet his pals, or social hall. All those things have now been put together into one thing. It's called a smartphone. And Samsung is a leader on smartphone technology. So it brings in all those things that we've talked about. It's a phone, it's a storage, it's a library, it's a social hall, it's a camera, it's what else? It's a photo camera, it's a video camera.
It's also a phone.
It's also a phone, it's a fax, it's a telegraphic money order, it's
photocopy.
It's a photocopier, it's everything. Smartphone. And Samsung are big on this. Why?
Yes. I mean, looking at all you need to do to take your phone out of your pocket and you can basically stop everything immediately. And they're saying with this cutting-edge bleeding technology, you have an opportunity to capture those moments, to do those things that you need to do on a regular basis in a phone in a few minutes.
Yep.
Cutting-edge technology.
And one of those things that's called a library is, for example, apps on the smartphone. One of the apps is Pocket by Mozilla. Go to Google Play Store and you then download it onto your Samsung phone. Pocket by Mozilla allows you to store your content and consume it as you go. So all this, for example, today's show will be on YouTube and we'll have the links. You can save your link on the Pocket and then you can watch it later and see, so how did I perform in the interview this morning? And others will be sharing. All that is available. Let's take this quick break, 26 minutes to 9. We'll be back shortly. We're live on SpiceFM, on KTN Home and online.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nairobi 13 will see highs of 20 and lows of 12 today. It's mostly cloudy at 17 in Nakuru, going to highs of 24. And 17 will be the high in a rainy Nyeri this morning at 12. 16 and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It continues to rain in Mombasa at 23. We'll see highs of 27. And 27 will also be the high in a sunny now Malindi at 25. Into Kisumu, it's sunny at 19, highs of 28, and Kakamega is sunny as well at 20, and we'll see highs of 27. 20 degrees and sunny in Kampala, highs of 27, while we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 23. It's 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 20 and lows of 8, and mostly cloudy at 23 in Lagos, highs of 29. 31 will be the high in a sunny Kinshasa, currently at 21.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
All right, let's take a quick look at that North Airport Road issue, and still heavy traffic as heading out towards the Eastern Bypass and then feeding off towards Outer Ring. Still pretty heavy in some areas. Lungalunga, we're looking at in and outbound traffic, also trying to connect with Outer Ring and also towards Likoni Road. We're looking at Jogo Road, still continues with traffic this morning into the CBD on Landis and then out towards Haile Selassie at Kamkunji roundabout. Really, really busy stuff this morning. Raila Odinga is taking some traffic off of Langata Road, and it's still heavy on Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic. The exits at Westlands on the Nairobi Expressway moving really slowly this morning. Not quite sure what is strapping that. We'll keep an eye on things and hopefully we can open up in a bit. Yes. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there. Let's keep things moving.
Spice and everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 22 minutes.
Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
KTN Home and also online on YouTube and Facebook. Sophie Kaiveria is a senior program officer at FIDA Kenya. We are talking about this coming election. Why should we elect more women come Tuesday into various positions of leadership? They're hosting the show, Nduoko, Eric Latif, and Siti Muga.
Yes, I liked what Sophie said about the gender representation and the gender focus when it comes to dealing with matters that come to the doorstep of FIDA. So I have to ask the question, what's the membership of FIDA? How many members are there in FIDA?
FIDA is a membership organization, like you pointed out. We are constituted by female lawyers who are either students or who are in practice. And I must say, we have senior members who are in these governance institutions of Kenya, who are part of FIDA. Our membership so far, we are 1,500, and we continue to grow.
And spread right across the country?
Yes, spread across the country.
Is there any part of the country where you're not represented?
I would have to check, but we are
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of representation.
How many of your members are men?
FIDA Kenya is proud to say that in our membership, we advocate for men to be part of the process. By being part of the process, we mean that we also have a category called Friends of FIDA. By Friends of FIDA, you as a man can be part of the FIDA movement.
Do not be in doubt. I am a man. Yes. Go on. Yes.
And you believe in our mission to uphold the socio-economic, political rights of women, can be part of our engagements as a friend of FIDA. By a friend of FIDA, you can support us through our services that we offer. We offer legal support, psychosocial support, and also offer mediation and advocacy. So in your skill set as communication personnel, then you can come in and support some of our engagements we do as FIDA. And also put the face out there that we are inclusive enough to include men in the
conversation.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we're saying, even as we look at this and looking at the important question of why, then we need to put more women into elective positions. Probably a further question to that would then be how. We're looking at an election that's taking place on Tuesday. We're having the conversation and saying there's a possibility of you putting more women in. But I think the question now that I think we've established why. We know that women can make good leaders. We know that they have the administrative and managerial skills to be able to do this. We've seen women in elective positions in the country and seen the strides that they've been able to make. The question, though, is how? Is there willingness on the part of the electorate to have this done? Is there adequate understanding on the part of the electorate to say that we can make this decision based on what we have seen? And is it not to them that the focus ought to be in terms of the how, in terms of the spreading of the information, in terms of over the next 3 days to establish what may be, just an idea and land it so that it is something fundamental that will be used to make the decision at the ballot?
Yeah, when you look at the electorate, whatever forms their decisions is largely contributed by the environment. Now, when you look at the environment, I would say the media and is part of the advocacy towards women in politics. That's why we are at the Voter Data campaign. Voter Data campaign means that you should vote a sister. And why we are promoting this campaign is that by having an inclusive media that projects the stories of women and what they have done, and I'm glad that most of the media stations have adopted this. It's a matter of how you present it, especially during prime time when people are there watching, listening to the news agenda, so that the electorate knows that this particular woman is going to be in the elections and they're seeking their votes. Also, for the women candidates, we've been actually talking to them and having engagement with them in terms of experience sharing with existing female politicians. That when you do your grassroots mobilization, your presence there should be well known, so that the electorate knows that there is a woman who is there vying for an elective position. For instance, if I may give an example, if you're vying in a community in the village, like my village, you are not necessarily supposed to be here in town conducting your campaign. You should be down there conducting your campaign so the electorate know that you are the person they should elect. Resonate with their reasons so that whatever agenda or issues you're presenting to them as part of the issues you'll be handling as an elected official are real and resonate with the issues that they are going through. The economic prospects in that community, for instance, whether it's healthcare, whether it's provision of essential services that government should provide, like water, should be some of the things that you talk about with the electorate. And for us, we believe that once you package your issues that resonate with the citizen, then when it comes to the elections day, they will have that conscious decision. None of us has that pull towards making the electorate vote this way to a woman. It's upon their conscious individual decisions to go on and vote for a woman. But before they do that, please, as the candidates, we've been emphasizing on them being very, very targeted in their messaging to the electorate.
You said that as FIDA Kenya and other organizations, you've been working on this agenda for quite a while. It was a big win when it was included in the Constitution. It was a big win when it was implemented in the 2013 election and 2017 election. And so you have the numbers and you've been studying the numbers and the figures. So let's talk numbers now, okay? On Tuesday, Kenyans are going to the polls. They will be participating in elections for 6 different positions. In the last election, like you said, we saw an increase in the number of directly elected MPs who were women, 23 of them, 3 governors who were women, and of course more MCAs who were women, more senator, right?
Yes.
If we look into this election, let's look at the number of seats. 1,450 wards, that's 1,450 MCAs, 290 constituencies, 47 senators, 47 women rep, of course those are going to be women, 47 governors, 1 president. There's no woman who is a presidential candidate. So let's remove the 1 president, let's remove the 47 women reps. But still, in total, it's 1,882 elective positions on Tuesday. From the numbers that you have, how many women candidates do we have in this election?
From the gazetted notice by IBC, we've seen 43 women present themselves as governor candidates, and they have been gazetted by IBC to pursue. So when you look at 43, and the last election we had 3.
3 candidates?
3 candidates who were elected. And 43. What does that tell you? It tells you that the increase in the interest for seeking that particular position has grown. Yep. Of course, from what I earlier said, that the role modeling aspect when it comes to the elective positions interest also has a contributory factor to that. If for instance, they have seen that Honorable Waiguru, Honorable Gilu has done it, then they themselves will feel that they can do it. So that's a push. Okay. So from 43, Latif, I'm guaranteeing you will get more than 3 governors, which will be an increase from the last election. Then when you look at the deputy, you've not said the deputy governor's position. Deputy governor positions in the last elections, I think there were about 3 who were just part of the deputy governor position. But now they are whooping 57 deputy governors who are part of the process to get the governorship with their male counterparts.
Candidate running mates.
Yes, running mates. Now, when you see it like that, it means when come 2027, most probably the deputy
there'll be more.
There'll be more.
So do we have a higher number of women who are going for the constituency seats?
Yes, even that.
How many do we have?
We have about 350.
350 candidates.
Yes. Who are pursuing the women candidate, the single constituency elective positions. It should be about 340.
How many for Senate?
For Senate, I've seen 42.
Okay.
42.
Looking at your projections, then as FIDA Kenya and maybe with the other organizations, what numbers do you expect to see going through or winning these seats? If we look at 23 on the 12th Parliament, how many do you project to see on in the 13th Parliament? Elected, single constituency, women MPs.
When you look at 2013, 2017, percentage increase was about 7%. So if we do 7% for this one, maybe we put 10% because there is more awareness on these elective positions and seats. Then we hope from the 23 we may move to
29, 30.
To 30. Actually, my projection is 30.
Okay.
Then
you've said 10 governors.
Yes. No. I'm hoping. I'm hoping to. Actually, that is my prayer and hope that we have at least double the number of governors.
6.
Yes.
Okay.
From the last elections, and then the senatorial we move from 12 to at least 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this based on work that you've actually done in working with all these women candidates, in supporting them in what you're saying? If it's about branding, if it's about positioning them, if it's about supporting them in how they package their campaign messaging, is it the work that you've been doing?
Part of it has been the work. And I can say that learning from the 2017 auditing on how the elections were conducted, one of the other things that was presented themselves was, like I said, lack of the knowledge on the electoral processes. And when we come to this election, knowledge and support through the electoral process. When we came into the 2022 elections, we were very prepared in terms of having a cohort of lawyers coming in and be trained by us to support the women when they are doing the party primaries, that murky electoral dispute process that goes in through that process. Then also, during the electoral process itself, we've had these lawyers being part of the process. Also, because elections come with gender-based violence, and which has been reported by most female candidates, senior and the whole.
And then Trump.
Yeah, that gender-based violence in elections is real and is something they have to deal with on a daily basis when it comes. So we've been having monitors across the country to monitor these incidences. When you have these measures complementary with other institutions who are doing the monitoring for gender-based violence and having proper referral pathways. By referral pathways, we mean healthcare institutions are very well equipped and capacity builds in terms of evidence, documentation, and presentation, so that when you come to, as lawyers, when we do the legal process of prosecuting this gender-based violence, it means that justice will be meted out, and the perpetrators will be they'll be now more conscious of what they say and do in rallies and all that. So with that kind of scenario, it means women are more, they will put themselves out there because the system works for them and there are mechanisms to assist them throughout the process. So yeah, it has been a concerted effort, us and other partners in the process.
So as strong advocates for this, for the realization of this gender requirement in the Constitution, what is FIDA Kenya's position when it comes to the 13th Parliament? If it does not meet the gender threshold, should the President immediately dissolve that Parliament? He gets on in the next day, he says, you know what, as head of state, I have to tell you, I've got a job to do. Constitution says, go back to the people. Should he?
Latif, when it comes to that, then I go to my law. I say the law is the law, and
the
it
law
has
is clear.
Yeah, and it has been pronounced by the court and the former Chief Justice that the due process of the law has to be followed when it comes to the Parliament composition. So it has been our rallying call to encourage all political players to see it that gender equality is not something we have to fight over for the next 5 years. And if need be, we are ready because, like I've said, we have pro bono lawyers who we've trained on this electoral process who will come in as part of our package towards pushing for gender equality.
Sophie, why didn't, in all your planning, why didn't you consider, or maybe you did, and I'm the one who is ignorant, consider ensuring that political parties not only have a discussion about this, but they also entrench it in their processes so that this 1/3, 2/3 gender rule they were speaking about is actually part and parcel of the process? Because if you leave the actual election to the vagaries of election, the chances of us meeting that threshold is really slim.
Now, Muga, the Political Parties Act has this printed out for them so that they are aware that should be in the governance positions that gender equality is there. In the political parties lists itself, it has to show that there is gender equality. However, we have also seen that because of the democratic space and the strength of institutions that Kenya enjoys, we as citizens are allowed to go to court and challenge certain pronouncements from these institutions. So if you look at the case on the 2/3 gender rule that was brought in court the other day in May, when political parties did not meet the threshold in the lists on how 2/3 gender rule. That is part of the process. It's a discussion where the law and the political will has to come in so that we can see the push to gender equality is not a singular move by just FIDA. It is a concerted effort by all stakeholders and players in the electoral process.
And if the electoral process doesn't produce it, does it not also tell you a story that the electoral process and those who elect are not ready for this particular enactment?
Muga, when we look at the constitutional law, the constitution is always segmented as a living document. That is why we had those initiatives to see how we can review it to solve some of the issues that we are talking about today. This is why, as a democratic nation, moving forward, we learn each year on what is happening in terms of achieving the hopes and dreams that was put in there in the constitution by all of us as Kenyans and were voted for. So that as we progress, like I always say, our democracy is still young. We are growing. By the time we get to the developed nations kind of democracy, then we will have grown much more and put in measures in place, learning from the challenges and the issues that we come about on everyday governance implementation. Yeah.
So, you are for progressive realization of some of these ideals?
I would say that.
Okay.
Yes.
So the 13th Parliament does not necessarily have to be dissolved if there's some gain from the 12th Parliament.
Like I've said, it was declared that it was unconstitutional. And I'm thinking even in the 13th Parliament, if it does not meet the threshold, then it will be declared unconstitutional. Then the law will have to be applied.
I think
two sides of the same mouth.
Yeah, precisely, because here she is specifically focusing on the letter of the law. And there is a spirit of the law, which in my mind deals with the reality of what we are facing. You have put the test, the proof of this particular pudding to the electorate. And the electorate have told you this is what we think of it. And it is we, the people of Kenya, we, who are the...
sovereign.
Yes, exactly. And we have told you, we understand the 2/3 gender rule, but this is how we've gone about understanding it.
So Muga, you know, there are two schools of thought.
Yes.
And you have to be alive.
Only two?
No, when it comes to upholding the gender equality.
Yes.
And we have to be alive to these schools of thought.
Yes.
What makes it realizable? Is it through the declaring Parliament unconstitutional every time it does not realize the 2/3 gender rule? Or we go the constitutional review process? So when we look at those two extremes, then we have to make a judgment call on what is best for Kenya. And for that to happen, the democratic processes, that includes institutions of the court, have to be put into gear so that we have we already have the systems in place.
You see where equity comes in, because then it's what gives you the platform from whence prospective women candidates, female candidates, can have this opportunity to have what they need to present themselves so that they're on an equal footing with the men who've had a huge advantage and a huge head start.
As you conclude the conversation, Sophie, I want to give you 30 seconds. Speak to Kenyans, all right? Elections are in 4 days' time. What would you like them to think of as they go to the ballot?
Thank you, Latif. Fellow Kenyans, as you go towards the elections, look at where we have been. Has that journey been good because women have been part of it? If yes, then look at what has challenged the women into elections. If that challenge has been presented to you as something that can be broken once we elect women, then that is okay. Then for the future, ensure that as you vote, gender equality, the person you're voting in has your issues and resonates with what you want Kenya to be.
Thank you very much. Sophie Kaiveria is a senior program officer at Federation of Women Lawyers, Kenya chapter, FIDA Kenya. We've been talking about women representation and electing more women into elective positions on Tuesday. Keep it here for more. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga. Education CS George Magoha says Nairobi, Nakuru and Mombasa counties still don't have enough CBC classes to cater for the number of students who will be joining junior secondary. Magoha says this is because the counties also have a high number of students who are in private schools. Magoha also says that Nyeri County is leading in the number of complete CBC classes at 88%, followed by Kirinyaga and Kiambu at 70%.
Yes, there are very many private primary schools. That is what causes the problem. And very few high schools, both in public and private sector. So one of the valves we want to lift is that so most of those children in the private sector, at least for the junior secondary school period, can remain there. And I think we have now registered over 100 schools who have conformed by doing the labs, and they are continuing to do so.
Agano Party presidential candidate David Maure has discouraged the exchange of words between his competitors Kenya Kwanza Alliance and Azimio la Umoja. Maure says the parties should stop working on the emotions of Kenyans, as some of them may conclude that the elections are rigged if their preferred candidates are not announced the winner.
We wish to denounce, in the strongest terms possible, the danger and likely violence that the two alleged big formations, Azimio la Umoja and Kenya Kwanza, are fanning by their conduct, utterances, and chance-dapping, to the extent of alleging that a given coalition has already won the elections. The facts are that we have not voted, nor has IBC counted and announced who the winner is.
Maure also released the list of names that have been proposed to be part of his government as cabinet secretaries. Maure said some of them include Ida Odinga, Fred Matiang'i, Rachel Ruto, George Wajakoya, George Magoha, and former CJ David Maraga.
Let's just give you a sneak preview of some names that have been forwarded to us. From the clergy, names like of Archbishop Muheria of the Catholic has been proposed to serve in the cabinet. Bishop Mama Winnie Owiti from Kisumu County. The name of Justina is featuring very prominently. We think she has something to offer Kenyans. I think very prophetically and visionary, the name of Mama Ida has been proposed. Mama Rachel Ruto. From where we are seated, we have also said if Wajakoya meds his ways, there is something he is trying to tell Kenyans. We can make him to be in charge of the cancer center we want to develop.
And 2 days before the end of the election campaigns, Azimio la Umoja Alliance will today be in Mombasa at Tononoke Stadium. Azimio will thereafter hold their last rally dubbed Firimbi Festival tomorrow at Kasarani Stadium. Elsewhere, Kenya Kwanza will today pitch camp in Nairobi County, where they'll continue to woo voters to support their presidential candidate. Tomorrow, Tomorrow, they'll conclude their campaigns at Nyayo Stadium, awaiting for the outcome of Tuesday's elections. The High Court is today expected to hear a case challenging the candidature of Kenya Kwanza presidential running mate Rigathi Gachagua and 14 other aspirants. On Wednesday, Justice Mugure Thande ordered 12 activists who had filed an urgent application to serve the affected politicians with their pleadings ahead of today's hearing. In the petition, the activists want the High Court to stop the aspirants from contesting next week's elections over integrity issues and a declaration that the presumption of innocence doesn't apply to criminal suspects seeking public elective seats. Applicants also want the court to lock out UDA Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja, Aisha Jumwa, Mohammed Ali Mohammed, Mudomi Njuki, Evans Kidero, Ali Korane, and Dado Godana. The U.S. government has declared the monkeypox outbreak a public health emergency following a spike in cases. The decision will speed up the distribution of vaccines, treatments, and federal resources to curb the spread of the virus. It comes less than a fortnight after the WHO issued its highest emergency alert following a worldwide surge in cases. Cases have topped 6,600 in the U.S., according to health officials. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
All right, moving into the city, we're still seeing some traffic today. It's looking a little bit better on Outer Ring. And then coming off of North Airport Road as well, not too much of an issue. Okay, the exits on your expressway causing a little bit of a traffic hold up here and there. Haile Selassie is jam-packed, and that's inbound traffic. Coming off Landis Road, that's inbound traffic as well, and it's pretty crazy. It's going to continue on the on Uhuru Highway, then getting into the city. Kiambu Road, still a bit here and there, but nothing too bad. Let's keep an eye on things, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We continue with the conversation. It's Friday, the first Friday, real Friday of August. 4 days to the general election. Only a couple of hours to the formal end of campaigning for this general election. So on Sunday, if anybody knocks at your door and tells you, Naomba Kura, Etia Chief.
On Sunday, if anybody does what?
And he knocks at your door. Mimi, hello, madam. My name is Eric. I am a candidate in this area. Ita Chief. Etia Chief.
No campaigning.
No campaigning after midnight tomorrow. Okay? So that is what's going to happen. We have a new guest joining us in the show. Before we welcome and introduce him, you know what we need to do. The proverb.
Yes, this is our final proverb from Congo, Brazzaville. No matter how full the river, it still wants to grow.
No matter how full the river, it still wants to grow.
Yes. That growth is what we call flooding. That growth is what we call an overflow. Now, then you can enumerate the problems that come with it. Yes. Taking up land that doesn't belong to it. The only thing that one can
usurpation.
It's even boiled down to dictation, because when it does that, it forces you to do things you had not planned to do, like move away.
So the river is a land grabber.
It's worse than that. Yes, it's a disease carrier. Because once you have a flooding, the problems that follow the movement of persons from where they originally lived is just a small part of it. Many other issues come up. But then, there are benefits, as you pointed out. Because at the end of the day, you'll have a situation where all that topsoil that it comes with makes for excellent fodder when it comes to farming.
Let's ask our next guest what he thinks of this particular proverb. David Murathe is the vice chairman of Jubilee. He is also vice chairman of Azimio. It's called what, that committee?
It's a NEC, the National Executive Committee.
Okay. The Azimio NEC, and he's here with us. It's not that neck
no.
of Shingo.
It's not the neck of Azimio. It is the National Executive. Hey, Nani, surely.
Surely. He's a vice head of the neck. David, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. You hear that proverb?
Yes, he's talking about Azimio. He's talking about how it's flooding and overflowing and what to expect on Tuesday.
No matter how much it gets, it doesn't get enough.
Oh, yes, we want more. We want more people, more turnout. You see, we're always getting better. Electioneering is about numbers. And we had this experience in the last parliament where these youth fellows were so loud about how they have numbers. But in every instance where the numbers were required, whenever we went to vote, we always defeated them. So we were like, so where are these numbers? Even today, they're talking about numbers. And we were like, probably for numbers, because they have never, ever once defeated our side of the coalition, either in the Senate or in the National Assembly, when it came to numbers. And even in this election, when it comes to numbers, I think we've got the numbers.
The election is about numbers, David, like you said. Various opinion polls showing various trends over the last couple of weeks between the Azimio candidate and the Kenya Kwanza candidate. The Azimio candidate appearing to gain in some areas. The Kenya Kwanza candidate still appearing to lead, but nobody from the opinion polls appears to be winning this in the first round.
It is going to be 60-40, actually.
60-40
our numbers right now is 54-55%, heading to 60. You've just said it. When the Azimio one is gaining, it's an inverse relationship. When you're gaining, I'm losing. That's what happens. This guy has been on the ground alone all this time. And when the other team came in, he stagnated. Then the other team starts gaining. The only way to go is down.
You say gaining, yet in this particular election, the gains are not necessarily from the person who we refer to as your competitor. We've had a large pool of people who the polls tell us are undecided. So are you saying that the undecided are now deciding and moving in the direction of your coalition? Or are you also saying that in addition to this, those who had supported your competitor are now also moving? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the undecided, if you had been on the ground for the last 4 years, and you have not been able to convince those over the last 4 years, you are not likely to convince them over the next 3 days. And that therefore the probability of those people coming to our side is much, much higher than going to the other side. Because otherwise by now, you would have convinced them. All right? And by the way, if you looked at the most recent polls, the number of undecided has really shrunk. It's really shrinking. It's come down to like 7 or 8%. So if you're looking at Jacom's numbers, which were around 49, of that 7, you're giving him more than the half. So you're looking at maybe 4-3 or 5-2.
Why?
And therefore
Why are
you're
you
looking
giving
at
him more than half? If they haven't decided yet, this man has been known to be a candidate for the last, 5-6 months?
Let's face it. Jacom has always had something like 44% national. He has never had votes from Mount Kenya. For sure, this time, he's going to get votes from Mount Kenya. You know the mother effect. We know that's going to bring some votes. She energized the mountain. She excited the mountain. She excited the women nationally, not just in Mount Kenya. We know the president has come out bare knuckles. The president has his followers, and he has his supporters. We are there. We are the people who demonized Raila Amolo Odinga in Mount Kenya. We are the same people who are on the ground now telling the people, hey, it was just politics, nothing serious, it was just business. And then there's the track record of Jacom when we're telling the story of Jacom, the liberation story, the fight for democratic, for liberalization, and now we're going to economic. And people are buying this thing. And let me tell you, Latif, today we have teams in Mount Kenya, each and everybody going into their own villages, their own constituencies, people combing the areas. In Muranga, for example, in Gatanga, you have myself, you have Peter Kenneth, you have SK Macharia. You go to a place like Kandara, people like Joel Kibe. You go to Kigumo, people like CS Macharia. You go to Kangema, people like this equity guy, Monga. You go to Managua. You know, it's the third thing. Kiharu, you have a serious team going ridge by ridge, campaigning for Raila. And I can assure you, by Tuesday, right now, I think in Mount Kenya, we're on 50-50. By the time it's called, we should be on 60-40 in favor of Raila Amolo Odinga.
In Mount Kenya.
Mount Kenya.
What fuels this feeling? Scientific formula? When you get on the ground, are you seeing the reverberations of the crowds? Are you feeling the pulse? Because from the way you speak, David, and from the way we've heard people speak over the last couple of weeks, it is this resounding conviction. What is fueling that? That doesn't fuel it for somebody else?
Well, you can see our competitors, for example. They have not held a rally anywhere. What do? They do roadsides. They go to marketplaces. They go to bus stops. They want to go to Githurai. Give me one example except Kapsabet and Nandi, where these guys have held a rally.
What is a rally?
A rally is where you ask people to come for a political rally meeting, like Uhuru Park.
In a stadium.
And you fill it up. Ask Musalia to fill Uhuru Park, for example. Or ask Weta to fill Nyayo Stadium. We have been doing rallies, all right? Then we have road shows. As I'm talking to you today, we have a road show of Kikuyu artists, musicians in Nyeri, Muranga, Laikipia, blah, blah, blah. We have another one now, also in Kirinyaga, Kirinyaga, Embu, coming down. Today in Nairobi, this week, we've done Roysambu, we've done Kasarani, we're going to do Starehe, Kamukunji today. We did yesterday Dagoretti, North and South. And we've done the Embakasis. And you see the feedback. You see the people.
Those are road shows.
These are road shows getting out the vote. You see there's a game of getting out the vote. And you also want to see, when you go out there, are people hostile? Are they welcoming? That's what you're asking. And you see the body language. And you see these people are getting excited about the prospect. When I walk the streets, I'm either met by hostile crowds or excited people who are telling you, continue. You're on the right path. We are with you. You know, politicians love this. Okay, I'm a retired one. But you still find, you can guess and you can get it.
You can get the mood
either
of the crowd.
On the aircraft or on the road or on the bus. You get a feeling that the moment has come, the hour for Raila Amolo Odinga.
You talked about the Raila, the Martha effect. Polls have not shown any significant change as a result of the Martha effect. For example, a TIFA poll a couple of weeks ago, and we had Maggie Reri here, and we asked her, so what are the respondents saying about
I watched that one. I watched you.
About the choice of Martha Karua as a running mate. And she said, well, from the numbers, there hasn't been any significant reason why somebody says, I have now moved from supporting this side to supporting the Azimio side because of Martha Karua.
Because this is not pronounced. Because what is happening, Martha is not the candidate. The candidate is Raila Amolo Odinga. Gachagua is not the candidate. It is Ruto, William Samoei. It is that package. You see, we keep telling people, it's the presidency, is a pair. Now, what Martha has done, like I said earlier, is to energize the Raila ticket. Mount Kenya was a no-go zone for Raila Amolo Odinga before. Today, he's a conversation, even in the bar, and people discussing, are we voting for Raila, are we voting for Ruto? Ruto was assumed the natural successor to the president, and he hit the ground for the last 4.5 years. It was an uphill task for Raila to climb the mountain. Now, what Mother has done is given this sense of security to the people of Mount Kenya. The people of Mount Kenya were feeling insecure. They were feeling they have nobody on the ballot. Whichever way it goes, it's either going to Ruto or it's going to Raila Amolo Odinga. So they were like, so who is the protector of our interests in Mount Kenya going forward? Now that we don't have the presidency, we don't have a candidate, sometimes you get the feeling that you're making a choice between who is the better option between the two.
So not necessarily who is good.
No.
Okay.
This is what you're confronted with. Do you go with this one or you go with this one? And what is the insurance? So Mother comes in as the insurance of our people. Who can fight? Who can stand up to fight for the interests of this community? And between Martha and Rigathi, it's a no-brainer. And people are seeing it, and they're seeing her track, they're seeing her past, and they're seeing her track record. And they know she stands for something. She stands for principle. She's a woman integrity. I can't say much, and I don't want to talk about the other side.
Mweshima, there are two things you've said that I would like you to perhaps give a little more voice to. One, you said Raila didn't have any votes in central Kenya. Is that really true?
Not he didn't have any votes. He couldn't even go to the mountain. And for example, you know how these elections are done. If you don't have supporters on the ground, when the actual voting happens, you may not even have agents. So it is possible for the other side to staff ballots because they're having a field day. Now he has soldiers. He has Jacom soldiers. Whenever the number of votes he's likely to get in various polling stations, there will be agents, there will be people defending that vote.
Do I hear you to be saying that perhaps in the past he did get votes, but since there were no people to protect the votes, well, God alone knows where the votes went?
Oh, yes. In the Kivuito one, in South Nyanza, Kajwang's constituency, the Raila had 102%. How do you get 102%?
From 100% turnout.
It's like the by-election we had for Moses Kuria when he was coming to Gatundu. It's a polling station which has 800. You know, every stream has 800 registered voters. Moses had 4,000 in one of them, staffed by Sakaja, and one Joseph Madai, and Onyango Olo, who was then the Secretary General. How does that happen? It happens because Joyce had no agents manning that area. However, to go back to his question, yes, Raila had votes in Mount Kenya, but they were insignificant. You had this Mau Mau people blood. You had people who had some conviction, you know, the Mau Kenyas of this world. And then you have a huge diaspora of people from Western Kenya, from Nyanza, who work around Thika, for example, around the tea farms, around Kiambu.
Yes.
In my Gatanga demographic, from Thika towards Ithanga,
yes,
is Mukamba. So if they are voting for the Kalonzo ticket, they vote for him. So it's not like he didn't have votes. But then the tide, the wave was totally like 95%.
You know why I ask is because if I look at Kiambu, the most populous county in the mountain, anecdotally speaking, it is said that the non-Kikuyu vote there is around 30%.
Not quite, no.
As I said,
10.
10?
Yeah.
10?
It's the Lemuru tea farms. And then you have the diaspora. Thika used to be the Birmingham, where you had the sisal industry. It died. The manufacturing in Thika died. So that's what was attracting. Of course, Del Monte, etc., etc. But it is really not very significant.
All right. You see, we had one Mheshimiwa Kioni here, and according to him, he was of the view that Raila needs just 6% to top up what he previously had.
In fact, he said 800,000 votes.
He said, yeah, if you do the maths, 6% of their voter represented in that region, you would get something similar. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying this, that the elections that we now have, are we saying, because even in the Rift Valley, anecdotally speaking, it has been said that many of the votes were suppressed. By the same token, it has been said in other regions where Raila was popular, votes were padded. Now, it is argued that this happens everywhere. So it isn't as though it is one particular place where you're going to find this.
Right.
Are we saying that in this election we're not going to see any of that? That people will actually vote and will actually count the votes that are cast for whoever they are cast, and that there'll be no voter suppression and that there'll be no vote padding?
Let me say from where I sit, this is going to be the most peaceful election. Actually, when you went out there, it was like there was no election. There was no campaign. There was no fire. There was no heat. All right? Until last week, when these guys started becoming desperate and they started throwing salvos and exciting, there was no tension. Let me put it that way. By now, some people should have died. Nobody has died. When you go out there, you don't even feel like there's a campaign. It's like Europe, where people go about their business,
As though there's no election.
come and vote, go on with their business, and wait for the result. That was how this thing had been managed, and kudos to the government. They had managed to make it like an event, a one-day event that will come and go. Now, for example, they've started raising the temperatures in some areas by even going overboard. Because when you go now talking about murder, don't murder my children. Oh, then you start seeing leaflets. If you don't vote in a certain way, get out of here. That is not what it was. It was going to be about the most peaceful election, expression of people's will. In Mount Kenya, my friend, there was going to be a lot of apathy because they had no candidate. Now we're trying to excite the turnout because we're trying to compare apples with apples.
With oranges.
Or oranges and whatever.
Okay.
So I think with 3 days to go, I still see a situation where there'll be a lot of freedom for people to express themselves and go about their business and wait for the outcome. And I don't see. Remember, there's a small little matter of the ICC. So some people are still also apprehensive about, Ocampo is watching.
What is it that, for example, your camp is using as a strategy to get out the vote?
Emotion.
How?
We are telling them, look at, if you don't come out to stand with Baba, look at the alternative. Look at the characters who are carrying the other ticket. Look at their history. Look at their track record. You see, the beauty about this thing is that some of these guys have been in government for the last 30 years. Musalia since 1989. Ruto since YK 92. Powerfully in government, in top ministries, agriculture, interior, office of the president, all right, finance. These are people who are busy coming to tell you what they would do for you when they're in government. And they've been in government for 30 years. Jacob, on the other hand, has been telling people, give me this thing, and this is what I can do for you. He has never been given that opportunity to do that. So guys are about to give him the benefit of the doubt. And let me tell you, that nusu mukate government. Mkeka nusu, hakuna carpet, hakuna toilet. He was actually frustrated to a point that he was not in the center of decision making in that National Accord government. And that's the nearest, apart from the Moi cooperation thing. And remember, and when he went in,
Kibaki
that one,
position?
We are told even all this road network is a Raila thing. You remember when he started demolishing things on the roadside?
The road reserves.
That is a Raila thing. So, although we love all this infrastructure that we are seeing, it started somewhere. And we're told it started with Raila Amolo Odinga. So we're saying to the people, maybe we should give this guy an opportunity. He has been trying. And you see, when people promise you change, it's a question of who do you believe in. Obama came when he said change that you can believe in. We think the change Raila has been promising, we can believe it. These guys, we can't believe. Because they've been promising the same things every election cycle, and they've not been delivering. You promise children laptops, you promise stadia, you promise dams, you don't do them. Then you come in the election cycle.
And you tell us, now vote for this guy who is going to...
No, the same guy who promised you and didn't deliver, come and tell me, vote for me this time.
There were two people who were
You
making
must put
promises.
yourself in there, and I think this is maybe when we talk about those undecideds, or we talk about those who know in which direction they would generally vote, that you must look at how it looks like to them, which you have admitted to this morning, that you demonized this man for the longest time.
Yes.
In probably some words that we cannot mention here.
Successfully.
Right? It was a compounded demonization of this man. And then now you're telling Kenyans, actually, you know what? Vote for him. Don't you see how that would confuse people?
It's yellow fever. You're in yellow. The guys can't see you. You see, this yellow fever thing, you have a vaccine for it. COVID, we had a vaccine for it. Look, like I said, it's just business. And when you're competing, you can throw anything and everything about your competitor. Look at what is happening between the president and his deputy right now. It's bare knuckles.
Yes.
Some of the things the president is saying, I would never have imagined
him saying
would come out of him. The things that are coming out of his deputy, you understand the frustration. This is one guy in one side of the mouth is saying he doesn't need Uhuru's support. On the other one, he's so bitter that the president has chosen to support his competitor. All right? Tulikupigia kura. Where were these people? Now you have betrayed us. Now you have abandoned us. That's bitterness and anger. Makasiriko is what is actually scaring people. When they see your true side of yourself coming out, you cannot even hide it anymore.
I see it as a strategy being deployed by the both camps. The president, that same strategy of get out the vote, hit hard at the other side and show this other side, they let us down. Part of the reason why I've had enduring frustration is because of that other side. The deputy president also saying, look, we worked together, I was loyal to you, and yet you let me down. This is all just about tagging at people's emotions, their supporters' emotions,
and that is
telling them we are not safe if we don't come out to vote.
And then the response seems to be sometimes a little couch and not direct as you are not really loyal to me, and so the loyalty that you expect me to reward, I cannot reward because you are not really loyal.
I didn't feel the loyalty.
Yes.
No, but it is demonstrated. Can you imagine the president calling a PG at State House and the deputy is actively decampaigning people from not attending that PG? Can you imagine a situation where the government, where he sits in the same cabinet, proposes some bills in parliament, and he's busy mobilizing his side of the coalition to vote or to shoot it down? You see, whenever something is successful, the deputy president wanted to take credit. Whenever there was a problem with the Jubilee government, he wants to distance himself from it. You can't have your cake and eat it. You are either taking responsibility for both the success and the failures of your administration, or you quit. And that's why people are saying, if you are unhappy, the most dignified thing to do has been done before by Joseph Morombi, has been done before by Jaramogi, is to quit. People have quit on principle. Martha Karua has quit on principle when she found it was no longer tenable to walk the lines of Kinamurungaro, the way they were taking this country down the road. So I think the deputy president has been dishonest. And I think the president got to a point where he decided, now I have to go home. In fact, we had thought they should go home together because, like I said, they were a pair. And since I have to go home, I have a legacy to leave behind, the Uhuru administration. And because these guys are sabotaging that program, and if you have noticed of late, he's the one commissioning his own projects. You remember the DP used to go around saying, we'll do this, we'll do this, we've done this, we've done this. This time, it is the president himself. Whether it's something mundane as opening that road between the airport and It's called Makupa.
Yes, it's called Makupa Causeway.
Makupa Causeway.
Yes.
But by the way, you should go down there and see what has happened to the transformation of Mombasa.
It's a beautiful road.
Ever since Kinajoho started cooperating. I believe they wasted 5 years of fighting Uhuru. If they had used that 5 years doing what has happened in these last 5 years, if Kisumu, which you know also has undergone a massive transformation, if we had started this in 2013, those cities would be a wonder to behold.
Let's take a break. 27 minutes to 10. David Murathe is the vice chairperson of the Azimio National Executive Council. Of course, he's still the vice chairperson of Jubilee Party, which is a member party of Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party.
Well done.
Yes? David, there's an app called Pocket by Mozilla. It's a very good one. When you're, reading and consuming content. So, for example, you're in a chopper from here to which other part of the country you're going for the next campaigns, and the thing is loud and you're wearing those headphones, you can be consuming content. You can be reading some articles. Maybe you saw a nice article written somewhere in the papers or some global news and you want to save it. You put it on Pocket. It's easy to access, and then Pocket also recognizes, okay, so this is the kind of content that David Murathe likes to consume. It starts aggregating such kind of content.
Are you advertising?
Yes.
Most definitely.
We will show you how to download this one. It's Pocket by Mozilla. And Ndu will tell you what Samsung is doing this week.
Right, so on the 10th of August, Samsung then has this global, so it's the day after the election, and giving us an opportunity then to look at the global unfolding of the GZ4 Fold 4 and the GZ Flip 4. They're not only the pioneers, but the global leaders of foldable technology in smartphones, which gives users access to the very best smartphone technology and features in much smaller and comfortable form factors. So it's the Global Galaxy Unpacked live stream, Wednesday, the 10th of August from 4 p.m. It's going to be shown on KTN Home and online on Samsung.com, the official Samsung YouTube channel, and use the hashtag Galaxy Unpacked to find out these great things that Samsung is doing.
25 to 10. Let's take a break.
Do you?
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience. To be Kenyan is to embrace diversity. The many faces and colors of our nation are what makes Kenya, Kenya.
Election bila noma, penda jirani. This message is brought to you by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, in partnership with the Standard Group.
Tunapozidi kuboresha sekta ya kilimo, tunakumbatia mbinu bora za kiteknolojia. Kwa wakulima wote, Standard Group PLC kupitia Farm Kenya itaandaa siku ya maonyesho ya kilimo ikiwashirikisha washikadau wa sekta mbalimbali. Maonyesho hayo yatazingatia kumudu ukulima na ufugaji ili kuboresha maisha nchini Kenya. Jiunge nasi katika uwanja wa Dumberi Stadium, kaunti ya Kiambu, kutoka tarehe 1 hadi 2 mwezi Septemba kuanzia saa 2 asubuhi. Kushiriki, wasiliana na Caroline kupitia 0723-803-601 au barua pepe cnyandieka@standardmedia.co.ke. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na Standard Group PLC na Farm Kenya.
Digger Classifieds is an all-in-one platform to find jobs, buy and sell motor vehicles or properties, to pay tributes to the special people in your life. www.digger.co.ke, the one address in Kenya that everyone loves to visit. Digger Classifieds.
Mama Kim, mambo
poa.
Niuzie toothpaste ile ya Power 3.
We nawe ati 3 nini?
Toothpaste ya Power 3. Yani Aqua Fresh Gel.
Aqua Fresh Gel. Hiyo ni gani tena?
Wacha nikwambie.
Aqua Fresh Gel ni dawa ya meno ya kipekee iliyothibitishwa na power ya 3-in-1. Piga mswaki mara 2 kwa siku na siri ya usafi wa mdomo, fresh breath, strong teeth na gums zenye afya bora. Tabasamu huanza na Aqua Fresh Gel.
Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, you can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu.
A bit of a drizzle in Nairobi at 14, highs of 20 and lows of 12. It's partly sunny at 17 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 24 and 17 will be the high in a rainy Nyeri at 13, 17 and mostly sunny conditions in Eldoret, highs of 22. And we'll see highs of 28 in a rainy Mombasa, currently at 24. The sun is out in Malindi and we're looking at highs of 28 and lows of 23 today. It'll be sunny in Kisumu, currently at 23. We'll see highs of 28. All right, looking out into Kampala, it is sunny at 23. Dar es Salaam sunny at 25, going to highs of 28 and lows of 20. 14 degrees and sunny in Joburg, highs of 20 and lows of 8. And we're looking at Lagos, mostly sunny at 23. We'll see highs of 31 in Kinshasa, where it's currently mostly cloudy at 22. Out into Beijing, Friday evening, it's sunny at 36. We'll see highs of 37. And in Paris, 18 degrees and sunny, highs of 26. We'll see highs of 23 in mostly cloudy London. And it's still Thursday night in New York. It's 27 degrees and it'll come to highs of 33 and lows of 24. All right, looking much better in terms of the traffic situation today. That outer ring issue is, I think we're just dealing with the dregs of it now. Coming off Uhuru Highway and then into the city, much better than it was previously. We shouldn't have too much of an issue with that then going into the later half of the morning. All right, what else are we looking at? Coming in from Westlands, that's all right. And your exits on the expressway giving a bit of an issue, but much better than it was earlier. Through the morning, let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Business News with SpiceFM.
Good morning, this is the business news. I'm Leah Ubaga. Mobile network operators will no longer be allowed to send marketing text messages to subscribers after 7 p.m. in new guidelines by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The draft regulations limit telcos such as Safaricom, Airtel Kenya and Telcom Kenya to only send promotional messages to their subscribers between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. This comes as mobile users have for years complained of being bothered by promotional messages to their subscribers by advertisers such as betting firms, businesses and even politicians through mobile operators at any time of the day. Kenya's business confidence in the lead up to next Tuesday's polls is higher compared to the last two general elections. A new survey done by Trends and Insights for Africa puts the confidence level of the captains of industries at 61 points, which is higher than in 2017 and 2013 general elections. The survey, which was sponsored by Kenya Private Sector Alliance, measures CEOs' confidence from 0 to 100 points. In 2013, the confidence level was at 53.8 points and dropped even lower to 44 points in 2017. That's the business. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM Business.
17 minutes to 10. The conversation continues with David Murathe, the vice chairperson of Jubilee and Azimio. We're talking about Azimio's game plan for Tuesday and, in this last few hours of campaigning. You have until the end of the day tomorrow to campaign. Much of the work that, you've been saying is getting out the vote in Mount Kenya, then sways the vote for Raila Odinga and he clinches victory. We had David Day here a couple of weeks ago, and he was reminding us of the 97 election where he and Nyang' Nyong'o and Charity Ngilu were in, what is it? SDP.
Yeah.
And, they felt that they had gained a lot of ground, especially in Kiambu County and Mount Kenya, in convincing people that, SDP is a viable vehicle and Charity Ngilu is a viable candidate. And he ended up getting a couple of SDP MPs. Yeah, if I remember, George Nyanja was in SDP.
I was elected on SDP.
I was coming there.
Jeho Gatabaki.
I was coming
Beth
there.
Mogo.
I remember
Stephen Dichu. Mwehia defeated Uhuru Kenyatta
in Gatundu.
In 97 on SDP.
On SDP. So SDP gained ground. So David Day told us, but then when it came to the presidential vote, we just don't understand what happened.
He does. He understands what happened.
What happened?
Charity missed the last rally at Uhuru Park. Her backyard was burning. She had to go to Kitui because we were convinced she was going to be president. But remember the law then, you have to be an elected MP to become president.
Yeah.
So you are going to get the presidential vote,
but not
and then
the
you don't get
parliamentary
your Kitui vote, then your election is nullified. So she went to the ground. She missed that rally. And the Kebake people actually came the next day and did their rally and turned the mountain. Like you just said, most of Kiambu and Thika went SDP. The move was going towards Kandara, Muranga, towards Nyeri. So maybe David is forgetting that is what happened in 97. Charity panicked. And instead of doing the last rally, the way Matiba did his last one in 92 and went sweeping like an earthquake, she had to go and sort her Kitui backyard. We actually chartered a plane to go looking for her. And she was nowhere to be found.
So in this election, how do you see Mount Kenya? There are very many people in Mount Kenya, like you said, who are undecided. There are very many people who are feeling, well, we don't have a candidate. Yeah, whichever way it goes, there is Rigathi on this side, there is Martha Karua on the other side. It's okay. So there may be voter apathy and not lower turnout in Mount Kenya this time. Getting out that vote out in Mount Kenya and then getting it, swaying that voter from Ruto, who, like you said, has been dominating, to Raila. What is that strategy?
I think, like I said the last time, people like my own sister were clear they were not going to vote. The minute Martha became part of the ticket, they said she would be on that queue at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Why? Because people, I think we are maturing as a democracy, where people are trying to look for that person who you can trust. Not just promises. Politicians make all kinds of promises. But who can you trust to deliver on their promises, despite all the... And you see, I think for us, we are just topping up what Raila has traditionally had. And it's also true, Raila may have lost some ground in some of his traditional strongholds. But to a large extent, what we have seen is like Ukambani is locked, the coast is locked, Nyanza, of course, is locked, Turkana, northern Kenya, and what we're fighting for now is the heart and the soul of the mountain. And we're actually not too worried about the Raila vote. I had our friend here tell it's about
Munga
how...
is my name.
I know you're Munga. About how David Ndii was talking about Mount Kenya dynamics.
Yes.
The mountain moves at the very last moment. And that is what we're trying to deal with. But we are now no longer worried about the Raila vote. We are worried about seats. And this is something people have not figured out. You see, Azimio has only 2 candidates on that ticket, Raila and Martha. Nobody else is running on Azimio. All right? It's like a homestead with a musée. But every child comes from his mother's house or his mother's house in that homestead. All right? But when we go to parliament, it is the Azimio Coalition Party. You called it out right. The Coalition One Kenya Coalition Party. It now becomes a party. So it's going to be the majority party. All right? Because you are going to add up the Jubilee seats, the ODM seats, the Wiper seats, whoever has signed up the DAPs of this world. So you're not just going to get the presidency, you have also to have the numbers in the House to do your agenda. So the strategy for Azimio in terms of getting out the vote is everybody locks. I know it sounds tribal, like UDA is a Kalenjin party, ODM is a Luo party. So we're also trying to make Jubilee a Mount Kenya party. Not Kikuyu, I said Mount Kenya. Okay. Yeah? And people are listening. If you go to Muranga, for example, I think the only seat which is giving us a headache is Kandara. All the other seats are in for Jubilee. All. Including Kiaru.
Right. David, in terms of votes now, and we're looking at numbers and registers and things like that, I mean, just seeing reported today that the High Court has said, yes, you have to have a manual register, which previously the IEBC was not for, because they said, look, if we have the transmission, that is more than enough. All we will do is wait for, agents to bring the actual, tally to Bomas. Now court says, look, you must have, this complementary system, as it were. What are your thoughts about that, and why was it so important for Azimio to have that? And it looks like a win, but what does that actually mean?
No,
now?
because technology fails, and you have to have a backup when technology fails. There are some places you go here and you have to look for the highest point so that you have your network. All right? These guys are talking about those officers delivering this to Bomas or wherever.
Yes.
Do you remember the Rakanidi ones?
Yes.
It took a minute to get back to
Bomas. You wait. The Rakanidi ones have not arrived. All right? So a backup system is always, when you're dealing with technology, no matter what they tell you, it can fail. Your finger can be cut off. Those are your biometrics. How are you going to vote? All right? So it was actually nonsensical for people to suggest that, yes, you have this register, but you cannot use it because we want to do electronic. I had Musheru confirming or assuring Kenyans that the whole country will be covered for the period. So I'm asking myself, so why isn't it covered today?
If it's possible to do it, why not do it today, right?
If they can cover for that one day.
But let's not mix the two issues. There is voter identification, which is where the manual register comes in, and then there's a transmission of the results.
Yes.
And the issue of voter identification,
right?
IEBC has previously said, look, we have this KIMS kit. We are going to have the register on a flash drive, enter it into the KIMS kit. If this KIMS kit fails, we have X number of backup KIMS kits per ward.
Right.
Get the one that is a backup, bring it, fix. If it fails, it's another backup. The chances of 4 KIMS kits really failing on that one day, surely you can see yenye hapa iko shida. That's what they were saying. The downside of using this manual thing is what has been alleged before in a case by NASA against the IEBC previously, that you can get to a point where in those areas, like you've said, where this candidate does not have agents on the ground, all the agents in this polling station are for, let's say, Party X, right? Whether there's the small parties. So they can all agree, even with the returning officer who's a local headmaster. Sasa, nani watu wangapi wajakuja? Sifanya hivi, cancel. Black book, chukua ballots, tuweke mzee.
Not even that. Even where you have your own agents as a competition. And
they can be bought.
That's it. And that is why, for example, we resisted giving the names of our agents to the IEBC beforehand. We want them to tell us, you have 2 agents per polling station. We will accredit our agents ourselves. Because if they know beforehand and that information leaks to your competitor, the game is to try and compromise and buy your agent. And
so how do we protect?
The result is the same.
How do we protect ourselves and guard against that mischief?
Again, it boils down to integrity, all right?
Which we
and
don't
people, it's not a matter of life and death. And that is why I liked the political temperature was kind of, subdued. There was no tension in the country. In fact, people were going about their business like there's no election until recently, when these guys started firing up salvos left, right, and center. It's like, actually, there was a lot of, they're all the same, they won't change my life. You know, that kind of an attitude from your ordinary Kenyan on the street. So the election will come, we'll elect. Like for us, we have an idea about why we want to vouch for Raila Amolo Odinga. The other side, we also think we know why they want to get into government. So we're dealing with issues. But the Wanjiko issues, all right? She sees no difference in her life, whatever the outcome. So she was busy eking out her livelihood, if we can put it that way. And on that day, I've seen now a place like Kisumu, Kina Anyang, they've declared hakuna nightclubs, hakuna pombe. The night before, they are really going for this thing. Yeah, I don't think people in Gatanga are too excited. We would have to go out there maybe with some incentives to get people to come out to vote, if you know what I mean.
You know the thing about our elections that I've always found confounding is when you bring in experts who want to poll, there are issues that they bring out issues that ordinarily one wouldn't think of, demographically and so forth. But in this election, the thing that I feel hasn't been tackled adequately is apathy. And you've touched on it, especially among young people. And I mention young people because the numbers that we speak of, people point to the youth and the numbers. But if you have apathy among them, they feel there'll be no change. If you have apathy that even registers in the number who are able to vote or the numbers. So that particular dynamic, in my opinion, plays an extremely important role in the outcome of an election.
Agreed. And unfortunately, a lot of these young people have not registered as voters. They are very loud.
Yes.
And the radicalization that has been done by the other side, targeting the young people, the hustler narrative, it's like they are where they are because of somebody else. So that is selling very well. I like giving the example of my own family, and my youngsters were saying they are going to vote for Peter Kenneth. And Peter Kenneth's mantra at that time was Tunawezmik. And so they walked with me to the polling station in Garden Primary. I was clear I was voting for Uhuru, me and my wife. But everybody went to their queues. So when we're coming out, I'm like, so, where did you vote? And they're like, Hatuwezmik. I said, what happened? He said, everybody on that queue wanted to vote for Uhuru. So how are we going to be the only ones who are voting for Peter? So there's a psychological impact when the chips are down when it comes to voting. These young people, again, you find they'll wait until like late afternoon, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The station is closing at 6. And they're telling you, if you want my vote, you know what you have to do.
Speak to me.
All right? Talk nicely. So that culture, and particularly in our Mount Kenya region, because if you call a rally here in Uhuru Park, the guys who come for that rally, they have that passion, they have that commitment. They walk from Huruma, from Mathare, from Kibera, they come for that rally. If I want to do a rally, I have to transport people from Githurai, put them in a bus. Everybody in that bus, I have to give him lunch. All right? So you can see the difference. And that culture is what has been eating into Mount Kenya. So that okay, we've had what you said, lakini unatuacha namna gani? So there's that expectation.
Choma jeshi.
And then these candidates also know, all I need, this is the budget. And surely, you know what will happen. Once he gets elected, the first order of business is to recover what he spent on getting it. Isn't it ridiculous that somebody is spending 30, 40, 50 million to become a member of parliament? When we were running in 97, you would not even spend more than $500,000. And that was petrol, fuel,
everything.
Maybe lunch for your agents, nothing. Today is madness.
40 million.
That you are putting, no, what are you saying? They are saying even a presidential campaign budget, I don't know how many billions. Look at our friend, the deputy president. He's been spending like 30 million shillings every day.
David.
My friend, not every day, sorry,
Okay.
every week. So, no, we did the math. It's like 120 million a month. All right? So it's 1.5 billion a year. He has sustained that kind of lifestyle for the last 5 years. That is 7.5 billion shillings. All right? Now, then you have another like 5 billion for the campaign itself. How do you sustain that kind of, and how do you explain, how do you justify spending that kind of money? Obviously, people also ask, where do you get that kind of money? We have not had you fundraising. Surely it's not from your pocket.
Angel
These must be proceeds of some other...
But
time is short.
Time is actually short, isn't it?
And it's over.
Eh?
David. Thank you very much for
I
coming.
wish you all the best, you guys. I hope you have time to vote, or will you still be on air?
Yes.
We will be on air, but we will vote.
You'll find a way.
Yes.
we will.
Please do. Because people need to understand the importance of voting. It's about making choices that will affect your lives and your livelihoods. And people you put in there are going to determine a lot in terms of going forward for individual households and individual families.
Indeed.
Yeah.
David Murathe, Vice Chairman of Azimio, NEC, and also Vice Chairman of Jubilee, has been here with us. We've been talking about the campaigns and what their plans are. Good morning, it's 10 a.m. Have a lovely weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Here is the news.
Big joke.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Nakuru Principal Magistrate Isaac Korenge has allowed detectives to detain suspected gang mastermind Dixon Masharia for 15 days. They sought orders